heavenly wisdom from above to direct and guide us in all our consultations. And grant that, we having thy fear always before our eyes, and laying aside all private interests, prejudices, and partial affections, the result of all our counsels may be to the glory of thy blessed name, the maintenance of true religion and justice, the safety, honor, and happiness of the King, the public weal, peace and tranquility of the island, and the uniting and knitting together of the hearts of all persons and estates within the same, in true Christian love and charity, one towards another. Through Jesus Christ, our Lord. Amen.
Please. This meeting of the Honorable Senate for Friday, May the 1st, 2026 is called to order. Statements by ministers. Announcements, Mr. Clark.
Laid on the table of the Senate are the following: annual report and statements, accounts of the Banana Board for the year ended December 31, 2023, and its related ministry paper number 22 of 2026, titled Annual Report and Audited Financial Statements of the Banana Board for the year 2023. Bank of Jamaica's report on performance and main activities of the Bank of Jamaica Board of Directors for the financial year 2025, and Bank of Jamaica's monetary policy statement for August 2025 quarterly monetary policy report, December 2025 quarterly monetary policy report. Ministry paper number 23, 20, and 24 of 2025-2026, titled Cabinet Agenda Issues, dated 12th of January 2026, January 19, 2026, and January 26, 2026, respectively. Overarching Policy for Jamaica's Protected Area Systems 2026, and its related ministry paper number 26 of 2026, titled Overarching Policy for Jamaica's Protected Area System, National Keys Management Policy for Jamaica, and its related ministry paper number 27 of 2026, titled The National Keys Management Policy for Jamaica, the General Consumption Tax Amendment of Schedules Order 2026 and its resolution under the General Consumption Tax Act, amendment to Ministry Paper number 17 of 2026, entitled Revenue Measures for the Financial Year 2026-2027, and by way of information, report of the Regulations Committee of the House of Representatives on its deliberations on the Insurance Amendment of 20th Schedule Regulations 2026.
Thank you very much. Bills brought from the Honorable House of Representatives.
Following is a message from the Speaker of the House of Representatives. To the Honorable Senate, I have the honor to advise the Honorable Senate that on the 28th day of April 2026, a bill entitled An Act to Make Provision for the Management and Implementation of the Post-Disaster Reconstruction and Resilience Efforts consequent on the passage of Hurricane Melissa, and for resilience generally, to establish the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority, and for connected matters, was passed in the House of Representatives with 20 amendments. The Most Honorable Juliet Holness, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Mr. President, I signify my willingness to take charge of the bill.
A bill shortly entitled the Reconstruction and Resilience Authority Act 2026, read a first time.
Mr. President, I beg to give notice of second reading of the bill. Mr. President, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable second reading of the bill and to commence debate on the bill.
Thank you, Minister. Petitions, papers, reports from committees, notices of motions given orally. Questions and answers to questions. Motions that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice. Motions relating to the sitting of the Senate. Motions for leave to introduce bills. The presentation of bills without the leave of the Senate first obtained. Public business. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, today it is intended to take the Act to amend the Cybercrimes Act and to provide for Connected Matters 2026 through its concluding stages and to open the debate on the bill, which is the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority Act 2026. We will proceed with them in that order, with your leave.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President. Colleagues. Mr. President, it is my honor to open the debate on the bill shortly entitled the Cybercrimes Amendment Act 2026. Mr. President, digital technologies are transforming the global economy and indeed transforming economies across the world at extraordinary speed. According to the ITU, the International Telecommunications Union, an estimated 6 billion people, 73.6%, or about 3/4 of the world's population, were using the internet in 2025. That reflects a surge in the world's online population by more than 240 million year on year. Mr. President, here in Jamaica, we don't have the 2025 data yet, but the ITU estimates that in 2024, 90.1% of Jamaicans were using the internet, well above the global mark. In this context, Mr. President, I want to acknowledge the work of the government, particularly Minister Vaz and the team at the Ministry of Energy, Transport and Telecommunications, because under the National Broadband Initiative, over 600 educational institutions, all municipal corporations, many ministries, departments and agencies of government, and also the courts under the island have been connected to broadband internet. Mr. President, furthermore, under the Community Wi-Fi program, all major townships across Jamaica were outfitted with public Wi-Fi hotspots across the 63 constituencies, serving 235 users, active users across the island, Mr. President. I understand that Hurricane Melissa affected many of those hotspots. In fact, 90% of the 415 sites island-wide were affected by Melissa. So even though we speak actively about the fact that there were 5 most affected parishes, we just remind ourselves that Melissa affected Jamaica as a whole. But 70%, Mr. President, 290 sites were restored as at the end of March, and all of the community hotspots have been restored in Hanover, St. Elizabeth, St. James, Trelawney, and Westmoreland, Mr. President. I think this is something that we should commend everyone who has had a hand in restoring connectivity. And we should do so, Mr. President, because digital technologies are great facilitators of service. They have the potential to bring simplified processes and easier transactions to citizens of every walk of life, young and old. All over the world, they are helping to unlock vast opportunities for individual, corporate, and national advancement. And as we here in Jamaica seek to bring everyone along on the development journey, and on the journey of technological advancement, which is a part of that, trust building must be a part of that process. And indeed, a part of that process is providing a strong, updated, technologically neutral, and protective cybercrime framework. So, Mr. President, the reality is that alongside the many and growing opportunities facilitated by ICT advancements and expansion, Alongside them are cybersecurity risks. Government's copying of intimate images, which damage lives, they impact families, impact businesses, and impact confidence in a digital economy. And these are things which are met across the world, but the world is advancing notwithstanding, and expanding use notwithstanding. So we really have to be careful not to fearmonger around the issue, but to ensure that we're providing the legislative framework and the educational framework to ensure that not only are citizens empowered to understand their rights and how they are protected and how they can use legislation, but we have to make sure that the legislation is, of course, keeping pace with the risks that exist. So government is committed to ensuring that we do. That is, that we, as best as possible, keep pace with these threats. And updating the Cybercrimes Act is an important part of this. Undoubtedly, the amendments have taken longer than we would have wanted, but great care was taken with the deliberations, including the sitting of the Joint Select Committee, which started in 2021 and had its report adopted in September 19, 2023, and by this Honourable Senate in December 8, 2023. Great care and great deliberation has been applied to the development of this bill, even as it's recognized that there are parallel processes that will continue to be an ongoing process. We have signed on to the Cybercrime Treaty within the UN system, and that is going to require its own review, which I understand has started to enable us to ratify. We've signed, but we've not ratified, and Jamaica played a major part leading the CARICOM negotiations in that context. And there is also the AI task force, which will develop its policy and move beyond that. And that, of course, will require its own review, recognizing, however, that the bill is technologically neutral, and therefore it will address things that are affected by AI, even if it's not named in this bill. So, Mr. President, by way of reminder, just to make one point of reference and then to springboard again, one of the most important issues that had been considered by the Joint Select Committee was the plight of victims of cybercrime and the importance of justice for those victims and the necessity to address the needs of persons in vulnerable situations, and in particular, children. So the bill before us seeks to give effect to the recommendations of the committee and the policy decisions flowing therefrom. And it comes to us from that other place, having been passed with no amendments. The clauses of the bill before us, Mr. President, can be categorized in three general areas. Firstly, updated definitions. Secondly, stronger protection for Jamaicans by way of new offenses and stronger penalties, especially for our children, and strengthened provisions for law enforcement and prosecutors. Mr. President, I'll go straight to the clause by clause at this time. Clause 1, as always, short title and construction. So it does say that the bill will be called the Cybercrimes Amendment Act 2026 and provides that it is to be read and construed as one with the Principal Act and all amendments thereto. Section 2, or Clause 2 rather, amends Section 2, and it specifically amends the definition of key, of the word key, to indicate that a key can be either electronic or digital. And this is a necessary update for, given modern authentication, encryption, and digital access control realities. And I just want to remind Mr. President that a key in this context, not so much for members present who I'm sure are all clear, but for the public as well, that a key in this context, in the context of the Cybercrimes Act, is not a physical object, but it is a cryptographic key material that is used to control access, to protect confidentiality, and to verify identity through encryption and digital signatures. And we can note that for online purposes, in most cases nowadays, this will mean the secure code or the credentials used for secure logins, for encrypted communication, and trusted digital signatures. So the more we operate online, the more we use digital documents for electronic transactions, the more we simplify the ways things are done by using digital technology, is the more we have to think about how those are secured. So using websites that have not just HTTP but HTTPS to know that it's secure, and all of the various ways in which you recognize that we need to be vigilant about protecting our transactions online. The keys are critical to that. Mr. President, Clause 3 amends Section 4, and it does so by strengthening protection for minors by amending the penalty framework of Section 4 of the Act, so that where by access to any computer program or data held in a computer, an offense is committed against an individual under 18 years old, the Circuit Court may impose imprisonment for a term not exceeding 20 years, Mr. President. And the objective of this amendment is to communicate to the society at large, and indeed to the judiciary, that there is a policy position that is being supported by the legislature, that cybercrimes committed against children must be treated more seriously, and demonstrably so, and so they must carry a harsher penalty. Mr. President, Clause 4 amends Section 8 with a similar provision as done in Clause 4. But in this case, it is providing that committing the offense of fraud or forgery, again in this context of cybercrimes, once that is done against an individual under 18 years, it will carry a term of imprisonment also not exceeding 20 years. Mr. President, Clause 5 amends Section 9 of the Principal Act, and I know that persons have been looking closely at this act to understand what it means, because it was a great focus of attention by the Joint Select Committee and indeed by the debate elsewhere. Clause 5 amends Section 9 to effect two significant changes. Firstly, it replaces the narrow wording of sending to another person found in Section 9 of the Act with the broader concept of publishing. This clause is a clause about malicious use of a computer, right? Firstly, it takes away this obligation to define that the offense has taken place by someone sending something to someone else. It redefines publishing, the concept of publishing, to ensure that once it is made public, whether it is by sending, by posting, by transmitting, that once it is no longer privately held by one person, that the offense can manifest itself. Mr. President, it also creates the new offense and addresses the very real issue of non-consensual sharing or publishing of intimate content, and that is often known around the, casually as revenge porn. I know we've all heard of it, and I think it's important to just discuss the clause a little more and to take the opportunity to speak publicly about why it's important to recognize the strengthening of the Act in this context. Mr. President, so Section 9, let me go through again, creates the offense of using a computer for malicious communication. That is, publishing to any other person any data, whether in form or message or otherwise, that is obscene, constitutes a threat or is menacing in nature, and with the intention to harass or cause harm or the apprehension or harm. So you're threatening someone, you're publishing anything that is obscene, that this is an offense under Section 9. And it's therefore a crime that can be reported to the police. So it is not just a matter of being upset or being fearful or feeling harassed or aggressed. It is a crime and can be reported to the police. So during the review of the Cybercrimes Act, Mr. President, this clause was defined, again, as I said before, within the context of someone having to send that communication to someone else. And it was recognized by the prosecutors, by the police, and by stakeholders that the definition as it was, the actus reus of the offense, the requirement for sending, made it difficult to prosecute. that the interpretation of clause didn't allow for the widest application of the circumstances within, especially the use of social media within a modern context, so that publication, that is making the material available electronically, that was what was now required. And this is why Clause 5 now seeks to define publish in relation to any image or data in a technology-aware manner, and that means sending, transferring, posting, disseminating, or otherwise providing access to the image or data. So, Mr. President, Clause 4, in going further, in creating the offense of publishing an intimate image, because what we've just dealt with is a malicious use, right? The threatening or obscene. Obscene requires a judgment, but there is other use, which can be this publishing of an intimate image without consent or being reckless as to whether consent has been given. And it then defines the main terms that comprise the offense. Importantly, the clause defines an intimate image to mean any image that depicts sexual activity, nudity, or partial nudity, and that is captured, generated, or created. And Mr. President, I would just take the opportunity to pause here and advise our young people, but it's not only young people, to pause and think. Sometimes photos can be taken without your knowledge, and that is one thing. But sometimes you can be in a situation of trust where it is that you feel that a photo that is taken, whether of an intimate moment or of yourself in any state of undress, that it will be just treated as a private moment. And it may well be intended at that time. But things can change. And it is important, therefore, for you to guard very carefully access and permission to persons who have this kind or who are permitted to share this kind of moment with you. This is as gently as I can put it. Because when you hear the stories of the emotional blackmail, the fear, the actual financial blackmail, the bullying that takes place around circumstances that could never have been anticipated, I want to say to our young people, and our not so young, who may find themselves in these circumstances, that if you are being threatened, bullied, blackmailed because of a moment of trust or a moment in which your trust was abused, it is a crime, and you can report it to the police, and you should. Speak to someone you trust. Speak to someone you trust. Have them hold your hand if necessary. I know it will not be easy, but if you give people the power, they will take it. And you have to be able to work with someone to get the police. They will be on your side. They are being trained in dealing with these issues. They are being trained to be sensitive to this kind of matter, and they understand that it's not an issue of blaming you. You are a victim of a crime, and this bill is being amended to allow you to make a report more easily in a circumstance of revenge porn. So I want you to know that this is something that this Parliament has thought deeply about. The Joint Select Committee debated it heavily, understood that you are not to be blamed, that you are a victim, and that you therefore should be supported in the ability to report a crime, have it prosecuted on your behalf, so that they will not have power over you ad infinitum. So, Mr. President, this bill creates this standalone consent-based offense in order to ensure that where these scenarios don't necessarily fall within the definition of obscene, which is in the first clause, the first subsection, that it still receives the protection that is required, recognizing the development of criminality in the society. It makes, Clause 5, Mr. President, makes it abundantly clear also that a person under the age of 18 is incapable of giving consent for the purposes of sharing intimate images. And I want to explain this. So it means that even if you said okay to the picture, you don't have to spend time feeling guilty about it, because in the moment you trusted that it was okay. But the law does not consider that an issue that will prevent you from making the report. It is the abuse of your trust in making the picture public that is the crime. And that is why you are therefore protected under the bill that we're passing today. You will be protected by it in order to ensure that you can have be protected by the law. And Mr. President, why this clause has been put in as well is to make sure that there is absolute clarity that the provision as it existed before, that it doesn't allow for a consent-based exception to the Child Pornography Prevention Act, because the Child Pornography Prevention Act also addresses these issues, but it will work together with the Cybercrimes Act. And what we've made sure is that with the technical advice provided is that there is no issue of consent that can muddy the waters in terms of such an offense. Once it is shared, once it is published, then the crime manifests itself, and you can make a report to the police. Mr. President, the clause does provide statutory defenses for legitimate publication context, including detecting. So if you're looking for a crime, you're looking to identify where a crime has taken place, investigating or preventing crime in legal proceedings, clearly, bona fide educational, scientific, or medical research, and of course, reporting about historical events and reporting about current events with reasonable care taken to omit the depiction of the sexual activity, nudity, or partial nudity, as the case may be. So, Mr. President, it is to be noted that the offense attracts the same monetary penalties and custodial sentences which currently apply to the offense of using a computer for malicious communication. So let me just remind that before a magistrate's court, on summary conviction, an offender may be liable in the case of a first offense to a fine not exceeding $4 million or imprisonment of a term not exceeding 4 years or both. So I'm advising the public to take these things seriously. They are serious crimes. It is not a little relationship issue and, boy, you can say sorry and it's okay. $4 million or 4 years in prison for a first offense. So think carefully about how hard you want to hurt someone. Think carefully before you take that action and click send. Mr. President, if any damage is caused as a result of the commission of the offense, you are also liable to a fine not exceeding $5 million or imprisonment for a term not exceeding 5, or both the fine and imprisonment. And in the case of a second or subsequent offense, regardless of whether any damage is caused or not, to a fine not exceeding $5 million or imprisonment for a term not exceeding 5 years, or both such fine and imprisonment. Mr. President, that's at the RM court level, that's at the parish court level. At the circuit court level, the offender may be liable in the case of a first offense to a fine or imprisonment for a term not exceeding 10 years, or both such fine and imprisonment, and if damage is caused, to a fine or imprisonment for a term not exceeding 15 years, or both such fine and imprisonment, or in the case of a second or subsequent offense, to a fine or imprisonment for a term not exceeding 20 years, or both such fine and imprisonment. Additionally, Mr. President, where this offense is committed against an individual under 18 years, the term of imprisonment not exceeding 20 years may be imposed. So, Mr. President, these fines and these penalties are in the Principal Act. I am reading them again to make sure that the public who is listening is 100% clear about the seriousness of revenge porn as a crime and how it is treated under this Act. Mr. President, Clause 6 amends Section 10 of the Principal Act, and this is seeking to strengthen Jamaica's ability to disrupt organized cybercrime by targeting acts which precede offenses such as hacking, and to prevent the creation of black markets in items where these tools are traded, rented, bundled, and delivered like a service. So, Mr. President, the clause meets this objective by criminalizing without lawful justification, that is, criminalizing the acts once they don't have lawful justification, of the intentional manufacture, sale, importation, distribution, disclosure, or making available of a computer, a key, which we just discussed already, or any other data or device designed or adapted primarily for the purpose of committing the offenses outlined at Sections 3 to 9. The clause also criminalizing receiving and possessing such keys, data, or devices with the intent that they be used to commit these offenses. So, Mr. President, the bill is thereby strengthening the hands of our law enforcement agencies, as they'll be able to not only chase the individual offender, but the enablers, the people and the people with the tools that make the commission of cybercrimes possible. Mr. President, Clause 7 amends Section 11 of the Principal Act, and Section 11 seeks to impose harsher sanctions where the offense committed is against or involves computers and or systems, the interference with which will have a debilitating act on, or among other things, security, the provision of public services, and the protection of public safety. These systems are referred to as protected computers. And clearly, the difference between the damage that's caused by hacking into an individual citizen's computer versus hacking into that of the constabulary or that of the any investigative organization, or in fact any public service or major institution within the ecosystem of a government. So, Mr. President, this is Clause 7 updates the language of Section 11 by inserting the word revenue alongside banking and financial services. These are critical computers, and replacing the terminology medical with the broader term health. The update is strategic as it ensures that attacks on revenue and health systems are treated with the greatest degree of severity, given the potential to cause national disruption and economic instability, as well as undermining public confidence by exposing sensitive personal data. Mr. President, Clause 8 repeals and replaces Section 15 of the Act, creating a clear offense where the owner, occupier, or person responsible for the management of premises knowingly causes or permits the premises to be used for any purpose that constitutes an offense under the Act. And the offense attracts a fine or a term of imprisonment not exceeding 15 years. I think people will recognize the genesis of this clause. This comes from the same language is used in the Lottery Scam Act, if I call it that informally so everyone recognizes it, where premises are used to facilitate illegal activities, then they become liable too, and it's trying to get at all of the levels of cooperation in the crimes. So, Mr. President, this clause reflects an important policy decision arising from the review process, because it repeals what was a previous compensation provision, allowing victims to now access the more comprehensive compensation framework under Section 24A of the Criminal Justice Administration Act, which allows the court to impose restitution orders for the benefit of victims, so that victims' cases can be considered on a case-by-case circumstance, and the appropriate compensation then be granted. Mr. President, Clause 9 amends Section 19, which strengthens the investigatory discipline and accountability of the JCF by requiring the Commissioner of Police to develop and implement a code of standard procedures to be complied with in any search and seizure under Section 18 of the Principal Act. This ensures due observance of the safeguards contained in Section 19, which requires the documentation of computer materials seized during the course of an investigation. And Mr. President, this was thought important because complex cybercrimes matters often succeed or fail based on the manner in which the digital evidence is handled. And the amendment is therefore intended to standardize the process by which cyber incidents are managed within the JCF and to ensure that all personnel follow consistent procedures when responding to cyber-related matters. And my understanding is that the work has started on the development of these standard procedures, and that by Q4 this year, we should have, they should be completed and the full sensitization take place within the JCF and related prosecutorial agencies. Mr. President, Clause 10 amends Section 20 of the Principal Act, and it simply makes an editorial update by aligning the reference in Section 20 to Section 18, which empowers the parish judge to issue a warrant authorizing a constable to search for and to seize computer material. The amendment links the provisions of Section 20 to the specific provision of the Act where the authority for issuing the warrant resides. Additionally, Mr. President, the clause replaces the reference to the Director of Public Prosecutions with the prosecution, therefore widening the category of court officers who can make the application for forfeiture of seized computer materials to include clerks of the court where required. Mr. President, Clause 11 aligns the Interception of Communications Act with the amendment refers to in Clause 2 by similarly updating the definition of the word key to indicate that the key can be either electronic or digital, making sure that both acts work together well. So, Mr. President, as I take my seat and allow the debate to unfold, I again just reaffirm that there are many opportunities in the digital economy for all members of society, from ease of communication, doing business, accessing public services, banking transaction, income generation, investment. But at the core of digital transition must be the mechanisms to protect our citizens from potential harm that may also come from misuse of the same technologies. This bill has benefited from the work of the Joint Select Committee, which paves the way for bipartisan support, of which I am confident. And I'm therefore honored to commend this bill, Mr. President, to the members on both sides and look forward to their support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Small Ferguson.
Yeah, I'm good. Mr. President, I rise to contribute to the Cybercrimes Amendment Bill 2026. And at the outset, let me indicate that I support the bill. I support the amendments that have been made. And I want to in particular associate myself with many of the comments that the that's good. Yes. So I was saying I want to associate myself with many of the comments that the minister would have in particular directed to the public. And this is a very important piece of legislation, and I think strikes to the heart of central issues relevant to our everyday lives. Everything is online, and you know, it is really how we live, and in particular, many of the more unsavory elements of life are now playing out online. So, you know, I think the minister gave the public an excellent charge in that regard. You know, this particular bill and the principal act was heavily ventilated in the other place. There was extensive debate. It was the subject of a joint select committee whose work resulted in the amendments that are before us today. They undertook a comprehensive review and I had the opportunity to review the report, and I think the conclusion of same is why this bill has such heavy bipartisan support. Now, that being said, before turning to the substantive issues, I want to make a comment about the process that has brought us here. Right? The minister acknowledged that this certainly we would have wanted to have been considering these amendments before. Now, she mentioned that the Joint Select Committee started their work in 2021, and they concluded their report in 2023, and we are now discussing this in 2026. Right? Now, the fact is, Mr. President, that this is not an unusual timeline in legislative terms here in Jamaica, right? But it presents a very particular challenge in the context of the legislation that is before us and legislation of this nature. The truth is, Mr. President, that this legislation is directly tied to technology, right? And that is an area that evolves rapidly, continuously, and unpredictably. And what that means is that any delay in the work necessary in this space has real and practical consequences. It creates a widening gap between the law and the reality that it's intended to regulate everyday life. And it means that by the time amendments are brought before this Honorable Senate, elements of the framework may already be less relevant than they could be, given the pace of evolution of technology. And indeed, cybercrime itself has evolved since the Joint Select Committee started their work in 2021. Now, it's not a criticism of the work that has been done by the committee. Right? It was carefully considered, and it provides an excellent foundation for the amendments before us. But it does highlight, I think, what is a structural challenge in our legislative process, and a degree of latency that is particularly exposed when we look at laws in areas like this. And so I think there are two important reflections that arise from this. The first, from my perspective, is just a general reminder that we need to prioritize urgency, in a sense, in bringing forward amendments to legislation that operate in fast-moving domains like technology. That's number one. And I think, two, that we need to consider whether for legislation of this nature, where we are aware that it requires continuous review, that we embed more frequent and structured review mechanisms, not just reviewing it in, say, an episodic or infrequent way. Because in this space, Mr. President, as I mentioned, for a law of this nature, if it's not evolving, then by definition, it's falling behind the reality. So in that context, I'll make a couple comments with respect to the bill before us today. Mr. President, the first area I want to touch on is artificial intelligence. Right? Now, I think this area most clearly illustrates the point that I just made with respect to the need for urgency and frequent updating of laws of this nature. Because when you review the bill in detail, Mr. President, given the timing of the review, it becomes apparent that artificial intelligence is not addressed expressly at all. I understand that the minister characterized the act as being technology agnostic. Right? And Mr. President, I contend, however, that given the far-reaching and transformative capabilities of artificial intelligence, no cybercrimes law can be sufficiently agnostic in that regard. Now, to be fair, elements of the bill do, I think, attempt to embody that agnostic nature and, to provide sufficient breadth with respect to changes in technology. And it shows up, for example, in the provision which extends the definition of an intimate image to include one that is captured, generated, or created. Right? And I support that inclusion. So it does allow for the possibility for an AI-generated or manipulated image, which is commonly referred to as deepfakes, to fall into the scope of offense, right, where it's published without consent. But beyond that, the bill, Mr. President, it treats things like artificial intelligence in a largely indirect manner. And there is a gap there from my perspective, because AI is simply just not another tool. It fundamentally changes how cyber harm can be created, how it can be scaled, how it can be deployed. I think it creates an environment, Mr. President, where images can be fabricated convincingly. Right? And AI has evolved so rapidly that the kind of images that you would see 6 months ago and the kind of technology that would be widely available 6 months ago has changed at a pace that we've never seen before. Right? It can clone voices and mimic individuals in real time. It identifies things that can be constructed and deployed digitally, documents that can be fabricated. Right? It can create highly personalized deception at scale, which is a problem. Right? And Mr. President, importantly, much of the harm happens before anything is ever published. Right? It occurs, from my perspective, in some instances at the point of creation of these fabricated images or whatever the case is. It occurs from my perspective when content, which may not be published in the traditional sense, is used to threaten or coerce or to extort or to impersonate, in a sense. So the question from my perspective for us is whether the law is presently addressing the full life cycle of the harm, right? Or whether it's really focused on the end point when the damage is truly done. In jurisdictions like the UK and Australia, the legislative approach is already evolving to take account of this challenge. In the United Kingdom, for example, I understand that recent reforms have moved to criminalize not only sharing the images, but also the creation of the images, threatened sharing of the images, to include the deepfakes that I mentioned before. In Australia, I understand that the law recognizes digitally altered or synthetic material as within the law, and it has evolved to capture both the creation and non-consensual distribution of this content, alongside practical mechanisms to respond to this kind of image-based abuse. Right? So, I think, Mr. President, these examples point to a direction of travel, and against that backdrop, I believe that there are 3 areas that we could look at to strengthen the framework that is underpinned by this legislation. Now, I understand that there has been the creation of the AI Council, and there's parallel work being done there, which is necessary. It allows for real-time changes to be made outside of the legislative framework and to bolster it, and that's important, and I commend that. But I believe we should also consider, for future, making the treatment of artificial intelligence more explicit in this act, first and foremost, by, at a minimum, directly referencing the synthetic and AI-generated content. And the current language is very helpful, I think. It clearly articulates and removes certain gaps that existed before. But I think placing artificial intelligence directly there will remove any ambiguity and future-proof the legislation. Secondly, I think we need to consider whether the offense should extend to the creation or commissioning of non-consensual synthetic images, right, where there's separation between the creation of the images and the actual publishing and distribution of them. This would address, I think, the harm at source, right? And it would almost, I'd say, dissuade persons who may be more adept at the use of the technology from doing so on behalf of the ultimate perpetrator. Right? And the third, Mr. President, is considering introducing an offense for threatening the publication, right? Threatening the use of this technology in ways that some people may not even imagine. They may see the results of it and feel afraid by virtue of unknown capabilities. Right? I think that is important as well. Mr. President, I think the bill takes an important step forward, to be clear. But, of course, there could be greater specificity. I'll move to the second point, Mr. President, which is related to an element of what is already covered by the legislation. But I'm suggesting that we contemplate taking it a step further, which is cyber-enabled harassment. Right? And note the use of the word harassment. So I acknowledge that the bill does make important progress with respect to non-consensual publication of intimate images, which is very important. And I think I would imagine one of the typologies that the GCF is inundated with respect to cyber crimes. Right? And it's very necessary, very welcome, supported. But I think cyber harm, Mr. President, extends beyond intimate images. And this is where, in my view, I think the framework could be expanded. So what we're seeing increasingly is not an instance where there is a single malicious act that's committed in silo, but a pattern of sustained digital behavior, coordinated behavior by one and multiple people. It's a situation where, for example, an individual is targeted by multiple emails, targeted on many different platforms by fake accounts. It's the creation of those multiple fake accounts to harass people across these platforms. Coordinated attacks, reputational harm, persistent intimidation online. It is, in effect, cyber stalking, really, in modern form. And Mr. President, one of the challenges, I think, just looking at the current framework, is that it looks at incidents in an individual way, right? And they can be prosecuted in an individual way. A message is accessed, the email is accessed, the post is accessed, and the harm is, however, not always that single act. The harm, I think, is compounded by persistence. Right? It's about the accumulation and the combination of the different mechanisms that are used. And the fact that conduct is repeated and targeted and sustained over time. And I think that's what transforms the conduct from being merely a nuisance to being genuine harassment. And there is a growing body of data globally that shows that this kind of harassment, and it's apparent, right? It causes significant psychological and emotional impacts, particularly among young people. Right? So from my perspective, Mr. President, I think the law should be capable of recognizing not just the isolated acts, but characterizing, I'd say, courses of conduct and treating those in a more severe way. It's not just a one-off threat or a one-off distribution of an image, but looking at people who exude this kind of serial criminal behavior and treating with them very separately from somebody who may have done disparate elements of this kind of thing. It would allow us to look at the behavior in aggregate and treat with it accordingly, this kind of pattern-based conduct. I think, Mr. President, it will allow law enforcement to be equipped to assess behavior in its totality rather than just in fragments, Mr. President. So the third and final area that I want to touch on is really to lend my support to a comment that was made in the other place, which touches on the issue of cross-border enforcement in this area. Now, I want to associate myself with the call that was made for Jamaica to consider acceding to the Budapest Convention on Cybercrime. Now, Mr. President, the reality is that many of these offenses that we're discussing or that are covered by this act, they don't originate within our borders. Many of them don't. I mean, and the minister mentioned that, in fact, we have signed on to the UN treaty targeting cybercrimes in December of 2024, I believe. But I believe in relation to this particular area, more can be done. Right? It's here to stay. So, you know, when individuals responsible for this kind of crime operate from different jurisdictions, when the infrastructure facilitating the crime is used, or rather that is used, the infrastructure that's used is located elsewhere, when the evidence is required to investigate and prosecute the matters sit outside of Jamaica, you know, it creates a situation where we may not have seamless access or coordination. Right? Now, I understand that in practice, we have been able to do work in different instances and work through these challenges in, you know, via channels and established mechanisms. But those arrangements may be limited, potentially, in nature. Right? So from my perspective, I think what is required is a strategy to ensure that we have the best access to cooperation, and not just on a case-by-case basis, a framework that allows for consistent and structured and timely cooperation. Right? And by virtue of that, I am calling for us to consider you know, looking at the Budapest Convention. Right? It will allow us to obtain digital evidence located in other jurisdictions. It will enable more mutual legal assistance, coordinated investigations. I think those things can only serve to bolster our cybercrime prevention and fighting framework and tools. Right? Mr. President, cybercrime is, by its very nature, borderless. And if our enforcement mechanisms are not as interconnected as they can be, then we may be at a disadvantage. And for that reason, I think this warrants serious consideration. So in closing, Mr. President, I want to reiterate that we support the bill. I want to again you know, endorse the minister's call to action from the public. And I think the bill, despite the fact that, you know, it could have come here sooner, represents meaningful progress. It modernizes important aspects of the law. It strengthens protections. It reflects the careful work of the Joint Select Committee and the deliberations that have taken place in the other place that would have brought forward, I think, ideas that can be taken forward. But, Mr. President, as I indicated at the outset, we have to prioritize consistent and constant review for laws of this nature, given the evolution. We have to prioritize urgency in relation to laws of this nature and continuous adaptability. And, you know, it requires a willingness to always be refining, right? Because the issues that we've discussed so far this morning, to include AI and, you know, harassment and so on, they are not static. They consistently evolve in the same way that we consistently have to update our antiviruses on our computer. That is how we should consider the legal framework here. So, Mr. President, despite those facts, this is a step forward, and, you know, it has our support, if it pleases you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Small Ferguson. Senator Cavan Gale.
you. Thank you, President. President, I rise as a member of the Joint Select Committee. And I think in the Senate, Senator Shireen Golden Campbell had joined the committee in the latter stages. And I want to take the opportunity to commend the work of the Joint Select Committee. And I want to make reference to CTD Joaquin Murray, who is here. Who had to deal with all those thought-provoking pushes that took place in that committee, and also Colonel Godfrey Sterling. And I think all the ambush the committee tried to pursue, he kept us in charge. I also want to commend Minister Darrell Vaz for his work in presiding over that committee and to allow us to be here where we are today. President, we live in a world that the digital transformation continues to evolve. One of the things that faced that committee was the fact that here we are debating and deliberating on issues on a day-to-day basis, unknown as to what will take place in the future. We live in a world that we're forced, by whatever means, in an open space to deal with the advent changes in technology. Just to conduct our own business, or maybe to keep pace of technology that is driven globally. In the workplace, it is fast-paced. Workers have had to treat with the advent of technology. And, it is a pressure that is being borne. And those of us who use the WhatsApp messages quite often, you are even pressured by those who, when they send you a message and the 2 tick comes in or the blue tick, you are being pressured. We have seen situations where the advent of technology has pressured us so much that someone somewhere in a different time zone, when you might be hibernating, expect you to respond because they have sent you either email or a piece of communication. Because it's, well, the sun is shining where they are. But that's the advent of technology, and that's the force that would have taken place. And that's the issue that we have to keep up with real time in terms of protecting against cybercrime. Mr. President, it's an important debate. But the value to take away from it is strengthening compensation mechanisms lies in recognizing that there are some devastating impacts that would have been created on individuals and businesses by virtue of cybercrimes. We deal with the question of stolen identity, online harassment over persons whose financial security has been taken away, their emotional well-being, Mr. President, that sense of safety in the digital space has been undermined. So there was a time when you were worried about your physical harm. Now you're worried about your digital harming. You operating in that digital space. So cybercrime today, it takes many forms. And our citizens are exposed increasingly to a wide range of threats. Identity theft, Your personal data has gone into domains that you don't even know. You know, when Senator Small Ferguson spoke about the transmitting of information, Senator Lambert Brown, you could be here, but then you could be seen in an image in Finland with a different background. That's the advent of technology. You could even look a different way. They could make you look slimmer. Now, each of these offenses, Mr. President, carries damage to reputation, disrupts livelihood, and it causes lethal trauma on the emotion. And in light of the realities, President, the proposed legislation today is seeking to deal with not only compensation, but attacking the perpetrators and bringing the entire system and the justice into being. President, in aligning the Cybercrimes Act, the deliberations of the Joint Select Committee revealed a cyber landscape that was rapidly evolving at the time and continues to evolve. But we were advised at the time, and I just want to use some data. The Jamaica Cyber Incident Response Team, in 2020 alone, 136 cyber incidents were reported, with the top 3 categories being abusive content, impersonation, and revenge porn. Notably, sir, over 70% of these matters were referred to the Counterterrorism and Organized Crime Investigation Branch, and they were deemed prosecutable. However, a significant concern emerged. Many of these cases were not followed through to prosecution, highlighting a gap between reporting, investigation, and the judicial outcomes. President, the data provided by the DPP further underscores the challenge that it said between 2017 and 2020, the parish court saw fluctuating but persistent case loads. In 2017, there were 65 active cases, 6 inactive, 26 disposed. In 2018, 61 active cases, 2 inactive, and 12 disposed. And across 2019 and 2020, 83 new cases were filed, 103 disposed, and 107 remained pending. For whatever those reasons are, they remain pending. The committee also examined a real-world cyber fraud incident involving phishing campaign at financial institutions. And from time to time, you would have seen on your own emails or whether your smartphone, some prompt comes up that is seeking to ascertain some information from you. I remember one specifically that continued to haunt. You know, Cable and Wireless had disbanded the Cable and Wireless Jamaica domain for your emails. And so you would have gotten these spams suggesting, here we are, we take note of the fact that you no longer, as of a particular date, is going to be using this domain. Complete this format to support the transitioning. But, you know, one of the things I normally do, I watch where this is coming from. And you would have seen where it's coming from, an email address that is assigned to a particular person. It has nothing to do with Cable and Wireless. But the prompt came every month leading up to when Cable and Wireless would have removed the domain. And this is how persistent these persons are. They are very aggressive, and they need to be brought to justice. If we too must attack them. And President, one of the concerns that I particularly had raised during the committee is the matter in relation to you as a customer in a bank, and if you were exposed through that financial institution to any challenges, any deception, and if it was reported anywhere else to the authority. And what we found is that the financial institutions, they don't want to report them to the authority. They prefer to deal with it in the background. And the committee made us recommendation that, there must be some, even through anonymity, the aggregate number of these cyber fraudulent cases must be reported to some domain to track it, even if you report it to the Financial Services Commission or the Central Bank. But it must be reported. Then there's the growing issue, Mr. President, of that a lot of debate surrounded the growing issue of malicious communication online. And while the right to free expression must always be preserved, the committee was very clear that there must be a firm boundary where speech or the transmitting of images that becomes harmful and it threatens the individual's reputation and livelihood and safety, that it must be addressed. And it's coming out today in the recommendation in the legislation. Mr. President, the committee's findings highlighted three critical realities. Cyber incidents were increasing in frequency. The attackers have become more and more sophisticated. So what you're accustomed to today changes tomorrow. And there's a gap between the reported cases and successful prosecution. President, these insights reinforces the urgency of legislative reform and what I consider institutional coordination. Because it can't be that just the reform is just pursuing, catching, and treating with it. But there has to be a coordination, a level of coordination that deals with information and educating the public. The public is going to require some level of technological or digital awareness. So this is not only about prosecuting, but this also must be around the protection of the society. There's in my mind, an unavoidable conclusion. Because today we're dealing with cybercrime. But tomorrow, we really have to deal with cybersecurity. And there ought to be the intention of legislation that deals with cybersecurity. That harmful attack of the digital space, creating that level of protection and security. It has to be a central national priority. And I want to take the opportunity to recommend that there has to be some level of coordination and cohesion in promoting cybersecurity. There was a youngster that came to me the other day and he said he wanted to pursue a degree in cybersecurity. And he asked, well, I thought about it and I said, well, it's a space that it's one of those growing levels of employment trends. Months after I saw him and I asked him, where are you with the application? And he said to me, he reconsidered. Because whilst it might be a gap in an emerging trend in a job, his concern was that if he was a cybersecurity expert and he was to have failed in the cybersecurity exposure to the business, would they still have confidence in him? And so he's pursuing some other area in technology. That's an obstacle we have to go around, and that's why we need to start having the conversation around cybersecurity to impress upon the confidence in need in as a country and as a society to manage our cybersecurity. So, Mr. President, we have the legislation today, but the important thing is that we need to test it and test it fast. Test it and test it quickly. And, there also, and I agree that this is one of the kinds of legislation that must have the quickest turnaround time in review. We cannot wait. We cannot have that normal period of review because similar to any other legislation. Because those who are attacking us, they are planning as we speak. They have gone to new levels of attack and harassment. We need to keep pace. And one of the things that we have to do as a point of priority is that we have to put in place a kind of risk assessment system of evaluation, of tracking the issues that will formulate the next series of amendments that is going to be proposed in the legislation. So we have to find a way to track it. And so, President, the work of the Joint Select Committee has provided us with both evidence and direction. It is now our responsibility to act decisively by advancing these legislations, embracing a futuristic, comprehensive approach to cybersecurity, and affirm our commitment to protecting our citizens in safeguarding also institutions and upholding justice in this digital age. So, sir, I commend the amendment to the legislation, and I urge my other colleagues to support its intention for a stronger, safer, and a more secure digital Jamaica. May it please you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gale. Senator Bernard.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to contribute to the debate on the Cybercrimes Amendment Act 2026. And let me say from the outset, the opposition supports the need to modernize Jamaica's cyber laws. We support stronger protection for children. We support sanctions against online fraud, identity theft, deepfakes, digital extortion, and the non-consensual sharing of intimate images. Mr. President, no Jamaican should be left defenseless in the digital space. But this debate cannot be separated from a deeper national conversation that is taking place. The government comes to the Parliament asking for more digital tools, stronger investigative powers, wider offences, tougher penalties, and clearer procedures on search and seize. Yet, Mr. President, the same government refuses to insist on one of the most basic digital accountability tools in modern policing, that is body-worn cameras. This is a contradiction, Mr. President. The government wants cameras, codes, records, search, seizures, digital keys, and electronic evidence when it is pursuing the citizen. But when the citizen asks for cameras to protect life, liberty, and truth during police operations, we are told that's a crazy idea. But when, Mr. President, the minister who piloted the amendments in the lower house says Clause 9 requires the Commissioner of Police to develop a code of standard procedures for search and seizure under the Cybercrimes Act, because digital evidence must be handled with effectiveness and integrity. Yet, when the evidence concerns fatal police shooting, the same principle of integrity is treated as optional. Mr. President, this contradiction borders on hypocrisy. Indicom reported that 115 persons have been shot and killed by the security force year to date. That already exceeded the comparable figure in 2025, which is 87. Indicom also recently expressed concerns about public statements dismissing body-worn cameras. In this climate, the refusal to require body cameras in planned high-risk operation does not build confidence, it deepens suspicion. The government cannot say Jamaica needs a trusted digital society while resisting the very technologies that would help citizens trust the state. Mr. President, the minister responsible for national security says cameras make police targets. But that cannot be the end of the discussion. The question is not whether every officer must wear a camera.
Nobody has objected to it, but, and I know that you are adroitly, Senator Brown, leave me alone, let me finish, please. I noticed that you are adroitly sort of moving the discussion in relation to the wider issue of cybersecurity, but you can keep that debate for another time about body-worn cameras. I'm not going to allow you to make that debate on this about body-worn camera. So you have made your point. You can move on from it.
Mr. President, the presentation goes into offering some opportunities going forward, Mr. President. The government says cybercrime is dangerous because harm now travels through digital platform. Mr. President, if the law criminalized the non-consensual publication of an intimate image because dignity matters, then surely the law can require recording the state encounters where life may be taken because life matters even more. If the law can impose up to 20 years for cybercrime offense against children, then surely the state must answer when minors are among those killed in police operations. If the law can punish property owners who knowingly permit premises to be used for cybercrimes, then surely public officials must be accountable when systems knowingly permit lethal operations without adequate transparency. This is the central issue, Mr. President. Accountability cannot be selective. We therefore propose, Mr. President, that this Senate use the passing of this bill to call for a broader digital accountability framework, including a statutory body-worn camera policy for the JISTV.
Although I tell you, you're still I warn you about it, we're still proceeding. You're talking about this piece of legislation here, and you're calling the Senate to call up for body-worn camera. Come on, Mr. Bernard, man.
But they can respond. We don't need to respond. Right.
No, I'm dealing. Is it? Look here. I'm just concerned with it. With it. Senator Brown. Anytime I want your guidance, I will ask you for it. Give me the standing order. The standing orders require you to be relevant, you know. So just. You recognize the activists in the president, Mr. Professor Morris? Senator Brown, your presentation is very good, but you're running off of the rail to a certain extent. Just stick to the topic of the bill, man.
Mr. President, I will move to conclude. I will move to conclude, Mr. President. So today, as we strengthen the Cybercrimes Act, we say to the government, So, Mr. President, as we strengthen the Cybercrimes Act, we say to the government, in addition to coming to the Parliament and preaching digital trust, we also encourage that we do not ignore the impunity that is being handed down. We do not demand transparency for citizens while shielding the coercive power of the state from transparency. We do not criminalize digital harm while ignoring the evidential darkness surrounding fatal police encounter. Mr. President, the opposition supports the cyber bill, but we insist that national security must be constitutional security, public safety must be rights-based safety, and digital accountability must apply not only to govern, but also to those who are doing the governing, the police, their searches, their sieges, their arrests, and too often times in Jamaica, the extrajudicial killing. Mr. President, if it may please you.
Thank you, Senator Bernard. Man needs some guidance. Man needs some guidance instead of him getting encouraged. Senator Thompson. Senator Dr. Thompson. Senator Dr. Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. Thompson, I recognized you twice before you started, actually. You know.
Thank you again, Mr. President. So, I just want to say, Mr. President, we've had a very interesting week this week. And for me, it was a very interesting week. And yesterday, I think most of us would have seen a video, a very disturbing video that has gone viral and would have disappointed everybody, with the culmination of losing 2 lives. And it was a very disturbing video, and really we have to reflect on the times that we're in, Mr. President. And we have a lot of reflecting to do as a country, I would say. So let me start like this.
Just to be clear, what is the video that you are referring to? Is it an incident from Central Kingston?
Correct. The incident with the stabbing.
Because there was more than one disturbing video last week.
That will come. So So let me say, let the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable in thy sight, O Lord, my strength and my redeemer. Mr. President, I rise in support of the Cybercrimes Amendment Act 2026, not as a technologist, not as a cybersecurity specialist, and certainly not as someone who would pretend that this is my ordinary field of expertise. I rise as a medical practitioner, and from that standpoint, I say at the outset that this bill is not merely about computers, codes, devices, data, or platforms. It is about injury, vulnerability, consent, dignity, protection, and trust. In medicine, we are trained to understand that a threat to the body is not always visible at first. It may enter quietly. It may exploit a weakness. It may spread rapidly. It may mutate. It may attack the most vulnerable first. And if it is not detected, contained, and treated, it can compromise the health of the whole body. Cybercrime behaves in much the same way. It enters through weak passwords, stolen credentials, manipulated trust, false identities, compromised devices, and vulnerable systems. It spreads quickly, it mutates with technology, it hides behind anonymity, it crosses borders without a passport, and very often it injures the person long before the family, the school, the bank, the employer, or the state fully understands the extent of the damage. That is why I see this bill as part of the national immune system we must rebuild around Jamaica's digital life. Mr. President, Jamaica is not debating this bill in theory. We are debating it in a country where banking is digital, business is digital, education is digital, communication is digital, and public services are increasingly digital. Our children learn, play, and socialize online. Our citizens bank, shop, apply, register, communicate, and store information online. Our institutions hold sensitive records online. Our economy is becoming more dependent on digital confidence. The minister, in introducing this bill in the other place, was correct to observe that Jamaica's daily life is now unavoidably digital, and that the harms we face are amplified by social media virality, remote anonymity, cross-border criminal networks, and now artificial intelligence. So the question is not whether Jamaica will become more digital. That is already happening. The real question is whether Jamaica will become digitally safe, digitally mature, and digitally trusted. A nation cannot digitize faster than its people can trust. Digital transformation without digital protection is not progress. It is exposure. Mr. President, one of the errors we sometimes make is to think of cybercrime as harm that remains inside a phone or a computer. But the device is only the medium. The victim is human. A child whose image is circulated without consent does not suffer a virtual wound. A woman whose intimate image is shared for revenge does not suffer virtual humiliation. A young man whose identity is stolen does not suffer a virtual violation. A pensioner whose savings are stolen through online deception does not suffer a virtual loss. A small business whose account is compromised does not face a virtual crisis. These are real injuries suffered by real people. The health evidence should make us pause. The World Health Organization states that globally, 1 in 7 persons aged 10 to 19 experiences a mental disorder, and that depression, anxiety, and behavioral disorders are among the leading causes of illness among adolescents. The World Health Organization also identifies suicide as the third leading cause of death among persons aged 15 to 29. Here in Jamaica, the Ministry of Health and Wellness and UNICEF have treated young mental health as an urgent concern. In 2019, they reported that 42% of attempted suicides treated at hospital were children, and that a U-Report poll indicated that 53% of U-reporters had considered suicide. UNICEF Jamaica has also reported that 1 in every 4 Jamaican students has considered suicide, and that is up to 60% of those treated at hospitals for attempted suicides are adolescents and young people under 24. Those figures are sobering. They remind us that a cruel post, a threat, a fabricated image, a leaked photograph, a scam, or a campaign of online humiliation may land on a young person who is already anxious, already struggling, already isolated, already silent. International data also confirms the seriousness of this issue. The World Health Organization Europe reported in 2024 that 15% of adolescents, approximately 1 in 6, had experienced cyberbullying. UNICEF has also reported from polls across 30 countries that 1 in 3 young people said that they had been victims of online bullying, and 1 in 5 reported skipping school because of cyberbullying and violence. These are not all Jamaican prevalence figures, and I do present them as such, but they confirm a wider truth that Jamaica must take seriously. Online harm does not stay online. It follows a child into the classroom, into the home, into sleep, into self-esteem, into concentration, into friendships, into performance, and into mental health. From experience, I know that the body and mind do not draw neat lines between harm that begins physically and harm that begins digitally. Stress affects the body, fear affects sleep, humiliation affects mental well-being, anxiety affects concentration, financial distress affects family stability, shame can silence a child, fraud can break a household, exposure can damage a reputation. A person wounded online may carry the injury into every part of daily life. That is the human reality behind this bill. Mr. President, it is against that reality that I strongly support the provisions that strengthen protection for children. This bill amends key penalty provisions so that where certain offences are committed against an individual under the age of 18 years, the penalty may include imprisonment for a term not exceeding 20 years. That is not a casual amendment. It is a serious statement of national priority. It says that where children are targeted, groomed, manipulated, exposed, or exploited in the digital space, the law must respond seriously. For adults, cybercrime can be devastating. For children, it can be defining. A child may not yet have the maturity, resilience, or perspective to understand permanence, manipulation, coercion, consent, or digital consequence. A child may not understand that one image can be copied, forwarded, stored, edited, monetized, manipulated, and resurfaced years later. A child may not understand that the person on the other side of the screen may not be the person they claim to be. The law must therefore provide a shield where childhood cannot yet provide armor. Mr. President, that brings me to one of the most important parts of this bill, the amendment concerning intimate images. Clause 5 amends Section 9 of the Principal Act by replacing the narrower phrase, sent to another person, with the broader word publish, as stated before. It creates an offense where a person publishes an intimate image of an individual without that individual's consent or reckless as to whether the individual consents. The bill defines publish to include sending, transferring, posting, disseminating, or otherwise providing access to the image or data. That change is practical. It reflects how harm now travels. The harm today is not confined to one message between two phones. It moves through group chats, as mentioned before, screenshots, reposts, forwards, cloud storage, fake accounts, anonymous pages, social media platforms, and websites. One act can become 100 acts in minutes. One violation can become a public spectacle. One intimate image can be used for revenge, extortion, blackmail, intimidation, control, or entertainment. The bill also defines an intimate image as an image depicting sexual activity, nudity, or partial nudity, captured, generated, or created by photography, film, video, or other means. Those words matter. We're no longer dealing only with a camera, with what a camera records. We are dealing with what technology can generate, manipulate, and weaponize. We are dealing with artificial intelligence, synthetic images, deepfakes, altered videos, and digital tools that can place a person into an image or circumstance that never existed. The minister, in closing the debate in the other place, made the important point that the Cybercrimes Act is technology neutral and that the absence of a specific reference to artificial intelligence is not fatal where the required elements of the offense are otherwise present. That is the right approach. The law must be clear enough to prosecute, but flexible enough to become obsolete every time technology changes its name. Mr. President, as a physician, I also wish to speak plainly about consent. In medicine, especially as a surgeon, consent is not a courtesy. It is not an afterthought. It is foundational. A patient's body image, intimate condition, or personal information is not public property. Dignity follows the patient into the consulting room, into the operating theater, into the medical record, and into every professional encounter. That same dignity must follow the citizen into the digital space. Consent does not expire because an image enters a phone. Dignity does not disappear because a violation occurs through a screen. Privacy does not become less worthy of protection because the harm is transmitted by data rather than by physical contact. The bill is therefore right to provide that a person under the age of 18 years is incapable of giving consent for the purposes of the new intimate image offense. That is not only a legal safeguard, it is a moral safeguard. It recognizes that children may be pressured, groomed, manipulated, coerced, or deceived, and that the law must not leave them to carry adult consequences for circumstances they may not fully understand. The bill also includes defenses for legitimate circumstances, including publication for the purpose of detecting, investigating, or preventing crime for legal proceedings, for bona fide educational, scientific, medical, or research purposes, as previously mentioned, and for reporting on current events where reasonable care is taken to omit explicit depictions. That balance is important. We must criminalize abuse without criminalizing legitimate investigation, legal process, medical work, research, education, or responsible reporting. But the principle must remain clear. Intimate images are not tools for revenge, ridicule, extortion, entertainment, or control. Mr. President, if online harm affects children, families, and victims of fraud, it also affects the quality of our public life. Cyber harm has entered our political and civic space. I know from first-hand experiences that public life has always attracted criticism, and criticism is a part of democracy. No one in public life should expect immunity from scrutiny. The Prime Minister receives it, ministers receive it, opposition members receive it, public servants receive it, private citizens who take strong positions on national matters receive it. I too have received it, with persons on social media calling me spineless, a sellout, or a traitor, simply because I've taken a position and added my voice on matters of national interest. Let me be clear. This bill is not about protecting politicians from criticism. It must never be that. Citizens must be free to criticize their leaders, challenge policy, expose wrongdoing, and demand better. But there's a difference between scrutiny and abuse. There is a difference between disagreement and dehumanization. There's a difference between robust debate and coordinated digital harassment. We have seen this even in our own parliamentary life. Following the recent disruption in the chamber, Mr. President, during the debate on NARA, the Speaker became the subject of intense public criticism. Again, The Speaker, like every public official, is not above criticism. The public has the right to question rulings, to examine conduct in the chamber, and to hold those who preside over Parliament to a high standard. But what we have also seen online goes far beyond fair comment, Mr. President. We have seen commentary descend into ridicule, bullying, personal attacks, edited visuals, distorted representations, and content that seeks to reimagine, mock, and dehumanize her. That is not democratic accountability. That is digital mobbing. Mr. President, that is cyberbullying dressed up as political commentary. And this is the point I wish to make. If a lady holding one of the highest offices in our Parliament can be reduced online to memes, insults, caricatures, and abuse because of how she presided over a difficult sitting, then we must be honest about the culture we are building. Today, it is the Speaker. Yesterday, it may have been the Prime Minister. Today, it may be a minister, an opposition member, a public servant, a journalist, a student, or any Jamaican who dares to take a position on a matter of national importance. We must not confuse the right to criticize with the right to humiliate. We must not confuse free expression with digital cruelty. We must not confuse political disagreement with a license to strip another human being of dignity. The chamber is now a digital space, as much as it is a physical one. What happens here is clipped, captioned, edited, exaggerated, and circulated before the sitting is even over. Right, Senator Tomlinson? That reality should sober us all. It places a responsibility on members to conduct ourselves with discipline, and it places a responsibility on citizens, commentators, and political actors not to turn every parliamentary moment into a weapon of abuse. As we anticipate further debate on matters of national importance, such as that bill, I urge all of us inside and outside Parliament to be firm but fair, passionate but responsible, critical but truthful. Let us disagree without destroying. Let us scrutinize without dehumanizing. Let us use the digital space to deepen democracy, not to poison it. Mr. President, just as cyber harm has widened, cybercrime itself has become more organized. It is not always one person acting alone. It may involve organized networks, digital tools, stolen credentials, devices, malware, phishing kits, compromised premises, and persons who facilitate the crime without necessarily being the person who directly contacts the victim. That is why the amendment in Section 10 is important. The bill criminalizes without lawful justification the intentional manufacture, sale, importation, distribution, disclosure, or making available of a computer any key or any other data or device designed or adapted primarily for committing offenses under Sections 3 to 9. It also addresses receiving or possessing such items with intent that they be used for cyber offenses. That is the law going after the supply chain. In medicine, we do not only treat the symptom, we identify the source. We interrupt transmission, we reduce exposure, we prevent recurrence. This bill does something similar. It does not only punish the person who finally presses send or executes the fraud, it targets the tools, data, keys, and devices that make cybercrime easier, faster, and more profitable. That matters in Jamaica. The Jamaica Constabulary Force has reported that in 2022, there were 320 cases of e-fraud, with financial impact of over 120 million and more than $19 million US. In 2023, the number of reports increased to 355, with losses of over 169 million and more than 219,000 US dollars. MOCA has also warned that Jamaica loses billions of dollars annually to cybercrime. Behind those figures are families who may have lost rent money, school fees, medication money, remittances, business capital, or retirement savings. Behind those figures are small businesses that may have lost payroll, supplier confidence, or customer trust. Behind those figures are older persons who may now fear online banking or feel ashamed that they were deceived. The bill also amends Section 11 by inserting revenue and by replacing the narrower word medical with the broader word health. I particularly welcome the shift from medical to health. Health is bigger than a hospital. It includes public health systems, health records, laboratories, pharmacies, emergency response, surveillance, scheduling, referrals, insurance systems, and the infrastructure that allows care to be delivered. An attack on health infrastructure is not merely an IT inconvenience. It can delay care, expose confidential information, disrupt treatment, undermine public confidence, and in serious cases, places lives at risk. Similarly, the inclusion of revenue recognizes that attacks on financial and revenue systems are not minor disruptions. They can affect the functioning of the state, the delivery of services, business confidence, and citizens' trust in digital transactions. The bill also recognizes that cybercrime may be digital, but it often has a physical footprint. It repeals and replaces Section 15 to create an offense where an owner, occupier, or other person responsible for the management of premises knowingly causes or knowingly permits the premises to be used for any purpose that constitutes an offense under the Act. On conviction, the penalty may include a fine of imprisonment for a term not exceeding 15 years. Mr. President, I wish to say a word about the time it sometimes takes for the legislation of this nature to move from review to amendment. There is a tendency in public commentary to assume that if a matter takes time, then someone must be deliberately delaying it. I do not accept that as a fair assumption in every case. Listen, Joint Select Committees do not perform cosmetic work. They receive submissions, they hear stakeholders, they test policy proposals, they consider rights, enforcement powers, institutional capacity, prosecutorial practicality, and unintended consequences. In an era such as cybercrime, where technology changes quickly and the law must interact with privacy, free expression, criminal procedure, data protection, child protection, and international cooperation, careful deliberation is not a luxury. It is a necessity. The bill's Memorandum of Objects and Reasons records that the Joint Select Committee was established under Section 25 of the Cybercrimes Act to review the Act, and that it reported to the Houses of Parliament in May 2023. The bill is intended to give effect to the decision to amend the Act flowing from the recommendations of that committee. But after a Joint Select Committee reports, the work does not end. The responsible ministry and its technical team must review the recommendations. Policy choices must be made. Drafting instructions must be prepared. The Chief Parliamentary Council must translate policy into workable law. Enforcement agencies must consider implementation. Cabinet processes must be satisfied. The bill must be settled for tabling. So yes, we must move faster where we can. Technology will not wait on Parliament. But we must also be careful not to mistake responsible legislative work for unwillingness to act. It is certainly not a case of the government trying to stall its own progress. It is the reality that serious lawmaking takes time, particularly when the law must be strong enough to protect victims, clear enough to guide citizens, precise enough to support prosecutors, practical enough for investigations, and fair enough to withstand constitutional scrutiny. A rush cyber law can create loopholes. A careless cyber law can violate rights. An imprecise cyber law can frustrate prosecutors. A poorly implemented cyber law can collapse in court. So urgency matters, but so does care. Mr. President, I'm careful not to overstate what this bill does. We are far from legislating for everything that technology can now do. No parliament anywhere in the world has fully caught up with the speed of artificial intelligence, deepfakes, online fraud, cyberbullying, data misuse, identity theft, synthetic media, and organized digital crime. Technology is moving faster than law. That is the truth. But the fact that we cannot legislate everything today does not mean we should legislate nothing. This bill is not the end of the journey.
Senator Thompson, just indicating you have 3 minutes to wrap up here.
And I will be finished. Thank you, Mr. President. It is a good and necessary start. It modernizes the language of the law. It strengthens the protection of children. It places consent at the center of intimate image offenses. It recognizes that harm can be created or generated by modern means. It targets criminal tools and enabling environments. It improves procedural discipline in search and seizure. It updates protected systems to include revenue and health. And it gives effect to the parliamentary review process contemplated under the Cyber Crimes Act. So yes, more will have to come. We will need continued review. We will need stronger public education. We will need trained investigations, equip prosecutors, inform schools, alert parents, responsible platforms, responsive financial institutions, and citizens who know how to protect themselves online. This bill says that the victim is not invisible. It says that the child is not unprotected. It says that consent matters. It says that dignity follows the citizen into the digital space. It says that technology must not become a hiding place of predators, fraudsters, extortionists, and organized criminals. The screen must not become a shield for cruelty. Anonymity must not become a license for exploitation. Innovation must not become an excuse for lawlessness. Jamaica's digital future must be safe enough for our children, trusted enough for our citizens, disciplined enough for law enforcement, and strong enough for our economy. And so, as I support this bill, I close with a charge to the Jamaican people. Use digital platforms wisely. Think before you post. Think before you forward. Think before you click. Protect your passwords. Protect your children. Protect your personal information. Report cybercrime. Do not participate in humiliation of another person. Do not share what was never yours to share. Do not turn political disagreement into personal destruction. Do not allow curiosity, carelessness, anger, or cruelty to make you part of someone else's trauma. The digital space is not lawless, and it must not be cruel. It must be a space where we do business, learn, communicate, innovate, and connect with responsibilities. A little bit longer than I'm used to, Mr. President, but this is very important. For those reasons, Mr. President, I support the Cybercrimes Amendment Act 2026, and I commend it to this Honorable Senate. May it please you.
Thank you, Senator Thompson. Thank you, Senator Thompson. Senator Brown.
Thank you, President. May I yield a minute or 30 seconds to allow you to welcome the CAPSEC who have joined us.
The Cabinet Secretary knows that she's always welcome in my chamber. Thank you for that, Senator Brown.
Yeah. I also join you in welcoming the CAPSEC, and I know that there's an important matter that has necessitated our presence here. President, today is the 1st of May. It is internationally, Senator Gill, recognized as International Workers' Day. And so I want to, in solidarity to the workers throughout the world and Jamaica, to give a big up to the working people on this 1st of May.
Senator Brown, isn't it World Press Freedom Day?
Sorry?
Isn't it World Press Freedom Day as well? Every day it is World Press Freedom Day as well.
It may be, but and the Minister of Information can address that. But for me, the International Day of the Workers takes precedent over all others. President, since I mentioned workers, it is well known by now that I am instructed by doctors in another matter elsewhere, and I'm waiting for the result of that. Yeah, money for the doctors. They're working at 2021 rate of pay when they do the overtime that is required of them. So I'm going to use, President, to speaking after doctors. Doctors who instruct me. And so in the Senate, I'm speaking now after the one doctor, one medical doctor that is here. And he said some nice things for which I agree. And so it forced me to go to the Bible to find the appropriate text. And I found, Floyd, Luke 4, verse 23. I believe it says, physician, heal thyself. That's what it says? Physician, heal thyself. Mr. President, I don't use Facebook because in 2012, when I became a senator, I'm looking at you, I don't know if you was involved. Some people created a Facebook saying it's my Facebook, using my name with a whole heap of dirty things. And I said to myself, you know something? You will never join the Facebook community. So they attempt to pretend it's Lambert Brown. Wouldn't be supported by my giving any dignity to Facebook. So I don't use Facebook. But today, May 1st, is a kind of unusual day for me in the Senate, President, because 3 members of the government side have spoken, and not a single one of them used the words, Dr. the Honorable Andrew Holness. It's a shocker for us over here, because the cult of the personality is so deep that every time any of them speak, we expect to hear multiple mention of the Prime Minister's name. Sorry? We haven't heard any. So I want to remind them of the necessity to use it. And maybe they can't, because the Cybercrime Act of 2015 was passed when Mark Golding was on this side, that side. So we find it, yes, one, we find it very interesting that they are at one with the cybercrime bill. We are so happy that the Senate today find consensus on the cybercrime bill amendment bill. And it comes from the process adopted and the process designed from 2015, that there would be a review of the bill, and that review would go through a joint select committee. And President, that's taken too long. And as Senator Small Ferguson pointed out, what we should be doing is just like how you license your car every year, we should be reviewing cyber issues because it's moving so fast, so rapidly, that we should be looking at it, have a team in the respective ministry, constantly reviewing and updating the Parliament. The JC model works. It allows for reduction of controversy. It allows for removal of conflicts. It removes confusion. So the joint select model works. A big bill, for example, this bill, for example, the joint select committee was able to meet virtually because our standing orders have changed to allow for virtual meetings. When Senator Gale and I sat on the BOJ Joint Select Committee, Senator Gale, we were meeting on Saturdays, led by Minister Clark. We were meeting in the luxurious facilities of the conference rooms at the BOJ. And we took the parliamentary staff down there. So it's clear to me that a joint select committee can move and meet with dispatch. But the value of a joint select committee is such that it allows for harmony in the Parliament, and nobody needs to touch what needs to be replaced with mahogany and blue maho, the mace. I am allergic to the colonialism. That is why I want blue maho and mahogany. Blue maho and lignum vitae. So the model of the Joint Select Committee is one that brings benefit to legislation, and I recommend to the government that we use Joint Select Committees to avoid controversy and to get as much harmony and unity as we can on legislations. Mr. President, this bill addresses, in part, the Interception of Communication Act. It makes an amendment. I think you said intersectional, but you meant interception. Yes, it does make a change. And it's interesting because the Interception of Communication Act that we're going to be amending is a 2002 legislation, again by the PNP government. Foresight, vision, opposed by some on the JLP side. But today, they laud its use in the reduction of crime and the reduction of murder rate. But they will give no credit to those who had the courage to do it in 2002. Just as they have no courage to give credit to those like Philip Paulwell, who stood up and ensured the telecom revolution, and which much of the cyber activities is founded. We recall the objection to the Universal Service Fund, which allow for all the expansion of Wi-Fi and other facilities. But those came from the courage and the conviction of a forward-thinking government. And so, President, I support this bill, the foundation which rests heavily in what the PNP did. And when I listen to the physician, let me shift a little now before I close. When I listened to the physicians spoke earlier, I said to myself, hold on there. Every funeral, every church service, every attendance at Parliament, I see a video of the physician. And I have to start asking people on my side, what are going on? And so I said, is this somebody using AI, Senator Ferguson, to promote or to depict the senators power hungry or PR sensitive? But people said to me, no, it's a physician who sees the need to use the technology to promote himself. Nothing wrong with that. But people notice it, Senator. And I would like to have a discussion with you to see if I can get the same support for the little work.
You don't have to ask the physician for that. You have some young people sit down behind you that follow up the same. Do the
I
same
like
thing,
what he's doing.
Coming and going. Same thing
I
behind
like
you.
what he's doing.
Ask Senator,
so I want
ask
the best.
Senator Tomlinson.
I don't want to ask them.
Ask Senator
I want to
Tomlinson.
ask him. Oh, you do it?
Ask Senator Tomlinson now to do it.
I want him to tell me how he does it. So that I too may benefit from it. So when they say all these, every speech you make, get some PR on it. Sometimes you say, Senator, too much PR is too much.
The problem that you have, maybe you have to have the content to get the coverage.
No. I will tell you this. If you look at the news media, I am one of the most covered persons, but I don't ask anybody to do it for me. Or pay anybody to do it for me. So I don't need, it's not a content issue. It is the ambition. I probably don't have the ambition to. Right? So, President, I'm finishing. And I'm going to crave your indulgence to say something. I'm going to crave your indulgence to say something. And I hope what I say, President, does not get you or me or both of us in trouble. I just simply want to say, President, I appreciate, Lambert Brown, appreciate how you have handled this debate, including your response to Senator Bernard. We may not agree with you, but you do it with decorum.
Thank you very much.
No, let me finish. I am speaking, and I have 16 minutes, and I am simply saying, I appreciate the fact, President, that you have handled this debate and other debate with decorum. You have treated the members of this Senate on both sides with dignity. With dignity.
Thank you, Senator Brown.
No, let me finish. With dignity. Because sometimes people out there think we are at loggerhead. And I want to give you credit. I have watched Parliament elsewhere, in the region, in the world. And I would say to myself, boy, despite the disagreement I may have with my presiding officer, he has never shown indignity to me or anybody else on this side. So I appreciate that, President.
I finished.
And I believe that one day the 14 members. Yeah, what I learned in the other place is a point of order depending on whether I yield or not intending to yield now. I wish to say, President, that what I just conveyed to you, that the 14 members in the other place who have served with you and I and some others in this Senate, 22% of the other place in the last 12 years sat in the Senate. 22% of MPs now currently serving between 2012 and now sat in this place. I hope one day they will join me in saying President Tom Tavares Finson was a good man and he handled the difficult situation with dignity. I respect you for that, and I hope people elsewhere, not the other place I'm talking about, elsewhere, will learn from you. May it please you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Brown. Senator Fitzhenley.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I do not make it a matter of course to personalize debates or my contributions to the Senate. However, Senator Lambert Brown attempted to attribute paternity to the Cybercrimes Act to one Philip Fiani Paulwell. I'd say to Senator Brown that what we consider Salutria scandal, the Trafigura scandal, the bad gas scandal, the NetServe scandal, there are enough matters to give paternity to Mr. Paulwell, where the Cybercrimes Act is not one of them. It is a matter of fact that the Cybercrimes Act was first passed on March 17, 2010, and amended in October of 2015 under the administration of one Oret Bruce Golding. So there are enough matters to give credit to Philip Paulwell for, but paternity for the Cybercrimes Act is not one of them. That being clarified, sir, technology well, the Golding who should take paternity for amendment of the Cybercrimes Act or introduction of the Act is not the former UK national. It is one Oret Bruce Golding. Technology can be used for good, sir, for excellent use. But we can't escape the fact that deviance is a feature of any society. And therefore, we are always in danger of inventions, technology, being used to exact harm on society. Therefore, it is good if our laws are fit for purpose and aligned with contemporary development. It is in that context that I wish to indicate my strong support for the Cybercrimes Amendment Act 2026. I note that Clause 2 seeks to amend Section 2 of the Principal Act. It really, in fact, seeks to modernize the interpretation section by amending the definition of key to contemplate whether electronic or digital. this is an important amendment when the concept of modern authentication is contemplated. The third clause of the bill speaks to aspects of deviance in society, where from time to time individuals use electronic devices to advance their perverse agenda. And so doing, often our minors are affected adversely. Therefore, it is good that the third clause of the bill proposes to decisively make stronger protection for minors by amending the penalty framework in a manner where, should an offense be committed against a child or an individual under the age of 18, the court may impose imprisonment for a term of up to 20 years. That's a step in the right direction and an indicator of the administration's strong commitment to protecting society's most vulnerable. From time to time, people share images which may be compromising. The Senate leader alluded to it earlier. And I believe Clause 5 is another example of the law being amended to make it fit for purpose, because this clause expands use of the term send to another person with a much wider and more suitable term, publish, and it creates the offense of publishing an intimate image without consent. During debate in the lower house, I heard concern about whether the act speaks to artificial intelligence. And because the term is not alluded to in the specific form in the act, there was conjecture about whether it treats with the development. The short answer, sir, is yes, because Clause 5 defines intimate image to include content that is captured, generated, or created, which is, again, neutral language, but it speaks to activities which may include the criminal use of artificial intelligence. This bill is fit for purpose. I cite Clause 6 as well as another compelling factor why this bill is to be supported. It seeks to put a stop to activities and processes which are likely to be embarked upon by those who prey upon monies which are not theirs, fleece financial institutions, and pilfer the monies of the ordinary Jamaican. In an era where law enforcement and financial institutions have indicated that there appears to be a spike in impersonation, payment diversion, account takeovers, SIM swap-style tactics, the amendment to Clause 5, which outlaws processes which criminals may engage in furtherance of this crime, is very important and again highlights the solid thinking behind this piece of draft legislation. In summary, these amendments are worthy of strong support because they are not superficial. They focus on protecting all of society, including Jamaicans from all walks of life, small businesses, big businesses, families, and society's most vulnerable, including minors and our senior citizens. I'm encouraged, sir, that the Minister has indicated that his ministry intends to increase public education on the Cybercrimes Act. This is important because Jamaicans whose trust have been betrayed in a criminal manner or who have been preyed upon by people unknown to them, who have abused the cyberspace, must know that the administration has put in place fit-for-purpose legislation to get them justice. I wish to commend the Technology Minister, the Honourable Andrew Wheatley, who has a deep grasp of the issues which his portfolio entails, and I genuinely believe is the right man in the right place to protect Jamaicans from the bad intentions of those who use the cyberspace and emerging technology to advance an endeavor which may be best described as characterized by malintent or a desire to do harm. Before I close, sir, I wish to say a word of caution to criminals, including a few political bloggers who use the cyberspace to tell damaging lies. And I wish to encourage people adversely impacted by the blatant and vicious lies to use the Cybercrimes Act to hold perpetrators accountable. Because though I believe there is space for some more direct language in fine-tuning the law, there is indeed recourse in the Act in its current state as it pertains to using an electronic device to perpetrate malicious communication. I tend to allude to my experience when I was in media. I recall about 5 days or so before the 2016 general election, when I was pretty much influential in the social media space in breaking news. 5 days before the election, I walked to dozens of messages demanding that I give attention to this allegation that a prominent member of the Jamaica Labour Party had familial connections to a drug dealer, and I was being badgered to put it into the public domain. Screenshots were all over the place. And when we conducted our checks, it was patently clear. I understand why I don't want to hear this. It was patently clear that the allegations being put forward by bloggers connected to the opposition party at the time, the PNP, was patently false. And even when it was entered into the traditional media space that the allegations are false, the bloggers intensified their promulgation and advancement of the lie. I genuinely believe that the Cybercrimes Act may be used to forbid that sort of activity. Another example, only a few days ago, the matter of the King and Julian Silvera. A matter I can't allude to because it's no longer sub judice. Yes? And any time that case came up for mention in the court, there was a visible, coordinated dissemination of information. Allegations by PNP bloggers speaking about the deceased. Yeah, I understand why you are uncomfortable, Senator Brown. But I will make my point. Yes, I'll make my point. You're upset about it.
I'm not upset about
yes.
it. What I'm upset about is
the matter of...
Senator Brown, allow the speaker to continue, please. Senator Fitzhenry, do not be distracted.
Yes, I understand why you are upset about it.
I'm not upset about it.
Yes. The matter of Silvera, sir. Anytime the matter came up for mention in the court, a number of bloggers connected to the opposition party sought to enter into the public domain false allegations speaking about the land title of the deceased and attempting to connect a member of the government to that matter. totally wild and false allegations. And I, in fact, heard a member of the opposition currently on their benches, who is pretty vocal now, make a sort of a comment when the matter of Silvera came up, seeking to connect a member of the administration to it. Absolutely false. Nothing of the sort. But again, this represents a habit of some political bloggers who seek to tell lies and diminish, hurt, and damage the reputation of honest and hard-working Jamaicans on the altar of political expedience. I strongly believe the Cybercrimes Act may be made more fit for purpose to hold to account people who use social media in such a vicious and disgraceful manner. And I tell you what, to make matters worse, what disappoints me, I see senior members of the opposition, including members of the leadership, associating and recommending for national awards some of the chief purveyors of these toxic lies. I think that's a disgrace, and I strongly believe the Cybercrimes Act should be amended to hold people who use social media in this manner, in an accountable manner, to hold them to account. And Senator Brown made mention of the name. He said he found it very odd that the name Dr. Andrew Michael Holness has not been entered into the debate. So there you go, I give you a wish. Perhaps the most victimized person by individuals, these political bloggers who tell lies using social media, is the Prime Minister of Jamaica, Dr. Holness. But you know what gives me confidence, sir? That despite the wicked, the perverse, and the disgusting use of social media by political bloggers connected to the PNP, the people of Jamaica are perceptive, and indeed they are able to make a distinction between what is true and what is false. And I strongly believe that that perceptiveness was most highlighted on the 26th of February 2016 and the 3rd of September 2020 and 2025, when the people of Jamaica rejected the lies of the opposition and voted for truth and an administration that is prepared to move Jamaica forward. The Cybercrimes Amendment Act 2026 has my strong support. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Fitzhenley. Senator Scott Motley.
I rise to give my support to the Act to amend the Cybercrimes Act and to provide for connected matters. I start, Mr. President, by looking at the Memorandum of Objects and Reasons and note that this amendment came out of the sitting of a joint select committee. I am one of those persons who like joint select committees because I think that it reduces the tension when you come to debate. And I did listen to Senator Golding Campbell on all angles, and I noticed she says that people go and repeat and repeat and repeat. I wish she would use the same sort of admonition to people who speak in the Senate, since they often come here and repeat and repeat and repeat. But I note one of the first things I do Senator, is to look at the attendance record, because it gives me an indication, although sometimes I don't live up to my own high standards, of the level of interest which is demonstrated by different persons and different sides. That I do, religiously. That's where I start. And so I commend you personally for the fact that you attended all of the 10 sessions which you were able to attend. In all, there were 21. Senator Goldie Campbell. This law really has moved us towards a more explicit standalone offense, which I think is important. When I looked at the section 9, which was seeking to amend, one of the requirements was that you had to demonstrate intent to harm. Now, there is no mens rea which is required under the law. What it is that it looks at the actus reus to say, did the person do this? And I think that is an excellent step in the right direction. So I want to commend those who recommended it. I read the Joint Select Committee report. I don't think I'd paid it much attention prior. But in the context of what we're doing, it was really very interesting. Because when I noted that in 2019 and 2020, there were 83 new cases filed in that year, I attributed it to public knowledge of what was possible. Because indeed, in 2019, a very significant case was tried in the parish court, which involved someone sharing photographs, nude photographs, and all sorts of things about someone who he had previously lived with. In fact, they had had a long-standing relationship. They had broken up, they had reunited, and she had lived in Jamaica for 6 months with him. After they broke up, he started sharing all these matters about her, created a website to disseminate the information, harming her, injuring her, and harming her family. But women, I must confess, were cheering when he was sentenced in the parish court to 12 months imprisonment. It was later reduced by the Court of Appeal to 6 months because of what they said was extenuating factors, including the fact that he was a first offender. But I think the fact that 83 new cases were filed, some of it must have been attributable to the boldness which the complainant had, because she did not care about the fact that now she was getting this additional publicity and her life was there for everybody to see. She was willing to stand up, not just for herself, but in standing up for herself, to assert the dignity of women. And as the minister said, once a relationship created around trust, that would cause you to do what you did. But Minister, let me tell you what. I say you must live your life like you're on camera all the time. Because nowadays you never know. So what you do all the time has to be consistent. Minister, I actually saw Minister Wheatley yesterday and discussed with him the fact that we were debating this act amendment today. And I was reassured by him. And maybe I'm still naive, but I did believe him. I trusted him when he said that the whole question of AI generated, although, you know, the way it's framed, in the legislation you could say that it was done in a catch-all way, but he has said that closer look will be given to it, and I believe him. You see, Mr. President, I have a concern that it took so long to get here, because it has taken a long time. And unlike other matters which remain static, the technology is constantly evolving. And I think there has to be a process which must be found to have like continuous review. It was noteworthy that one Taylor Swift, who is well known internationally, filed a patent and trademark application because she felt the need to protect her image and her voice from AI. This, I think, is the first one that we are aware of. But we know the abuse which has been done to creators, to persons who have their images being used and their voices being replicated simply for somebody else to make some money. So when I say that the technology has to keep up with it, we have actual examples that demonstrate to us the necessity of so doing. I want to make one last comment which is referred to in the memorandum and which enables the application of Section 24 of the Criminal Justice Administration Act in this legislation. So it's broadened, it falls under that, and perhaps will give much more comfort to people when they understand, Minister, that now you can be compensated without going to civil court, that your circumstances will be taken into account as well as the circumstances of the person who has committed the offense. And it's a much more empowering approach which is taken to compensating people for the harm, the damage, and the injury which they have suffered. So needless to say, I wish this had gone further, but I understand why it couldn't have. Because if you were going by a joint select committee from 2023, it didn't give you really that kind of latitude. I urge, however, that the process be speeded up as much as possible, because we will soon have to add, to make specific, in the same way that we have done now, moving from the malicious communication aspect of it in Section 9 of the previous legislation, that we have broadened now the scope to make it very, very clear what it is that we are talking about when we say you commit an offense. And of course, I commend the fact that the protection which is being afforded to children by making it very clear to anyone that this offense is being taken very seriously by the society, by the administration, by the opposition, as it came through a joint select committee. So the opposition supports the amendment, and we look forward to the future, as we must, if it pleases you.
Thank you, Senator Scott Martin. Senator Tavares Finson.
Mr. President, I rise today with a heavy but a hopeful heart. Recent events, both within this chamber and in the other place, have given our nation pause. They have stirred concern among our citizens, and I believe within each of us who understands the weight of the responsibility we carry here. We are not just legislators, Mr. President. We are representatives of the people's trust, custodians of democratic values and examples. Whether we intend to be or not, of how leadership ought to look in Jamaica. When the conduct within our parliament becomes heated to the point of spectacle, When actions such as the taking up of the mace in the lower house occur, it sends a message far beyond these walls. It tells our citizens, especially our young people, that discord may outweigh discipline and that confrontation may overshadow civility. That cannot be the standard we set, Mr. President. We are being watched by school children learning about governance, by hard-working Jamaicans seeking stability, and by a diaspora that looks to us with both pride and expectation, Mr. President. What they see here should inspire confidence and not concern. It should reflect thoughtful debate, principled disagreement, and mutual respect, even when our positions differ sharply. Let us remind ourselves, Mr. President, that strength in leadership is not measured by volume or defiance, but by restraint, clarity, and purpose. It does not always have to be so controversial or confrontational. We can disagree, Mr. President, indeed, and that is the essence of our democracy. But we must do so in a manner that uplifts the institution we serve. Today, I urge all of us to recommit to the dignity of this Senate and to the broader Parliament of Jamaica. Let us elevate the tone, sharpen the quality of our discourse, and demonstrate to our citizens that leadership can be firm without being fractious, passionate without being disorderly. Jamaica deserves nothing less. Mr. President, this bill, the Cybercrimes Amendment Act 2026, is functionally about protecting Jamaicans in an increasingly borderless digital world. It seeks to restore and reinforce something essential to national progress: trust. Mr. President, trust in areas such as digital banking, trust in online commerce, trust in our communications, and trust in the state's ability to safeguard its citizens against modern threats. This legislation confronts real and growing dangers. It responds to the non-consensual sharing of intimate images, the rise in scams and fraud affecting families and businesses, and the misuse of digital tools to deceive, exploit, and to extort, Mr. President. At the same time, it strengthens enforcement while maintaining important safeguards and respecting the broader legal framework that protects individual rights and personal data. Let me be clear, this is not legislation that stands against technology. It stands for trust, for safety, and for confidence in Jamaica's digital future. We cannot build a modern, thriving digital economy if our people feel that the online space is unregulated or unsafe. Mr. President, I therefore commend this bill to this honorable Senate. Thank you.
Minister? No, we don't deal with it again. Senator Brown, you're in Finland. Minister, proceed, please.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to colleagues who contributed to the substance of this debate. Your comments and your interventions and your broad support of the intention of the bill to strengthen the cybersecurity framework to protect children even more effectively from cybercrime, and of course to ensure that the nature of our discussions that came out of the Joint Select Committee, and specifically the recognition of the need for a specific technologically grounded offense in terms of the publication of intimate images, that these reflect the needs of a modern framework as relevant for Jamaica. And I'm very pleased to hear the wholehearted and bipartisan support of these relevant provisions. I just want to respond to some of the comments which have been made beyond support to clarify that most issues which have been raised are in fact either in the bill or otherwise addressed in the wider ecosystem. And I want to make it clear for the purposes of Hansard that this is the case. I also want to perhaps start with the issue of the inclusion of AI, the recommended inclusion of AI. And just to say, so the discussion which Senator Scott Motley may have had with Minister Wheatley would have to be nuanced in the fact that there is a council that has been established. It is reviewing, and the review which I referred to in my intervention as well, that has to be ongoing, will take into consideration offenses which may be manifest by artificial intelligence to verify that they are either already addressed in the bill or require further work. So that review is being done because it's not established that they won't be addressed. We had actually started that. Right. Right. No, because there's a review, because they want to verify that what the bill has is sufficient or is not. So the conclusion has not yet been drawn. The work is underway. But what the intention, so far as I understand, what is not the intention is to start to make the bill technology specific. So while I understand the emotional response to saying that if AI is not stated in the bill, then it cannot deal with AI offenses, I want to assure that there is actually not your intervention. Senator Small Ferguson had specifically said that he thought that AI should be referenced in the bill. The bill goes to it is focused on staying technology neutral because that is the way to ensure that it is effective as technology changes, including addressing AI. So that's why it deals with the fact of capture and generation and the fact of publication by any methodology, rather than speaking to specific platforms or technology. But the review is taking place to make sure that the nature of the offenses are captured. So I want to make it clear that we're not dismissing the concern. We have actually been a part of that process as well. But a reference to AI does not make the bill more effective. And that is what we have to understand. Because who knows, maybe by this time next year, AI will be something of the past. We'll have moved on and we'll have to be addressing something else. So the nature of the bill is to capture the offense itself, the type of offense, and not the technology that's being used. On the matter of harassment, harassment is in the bill already. It is in that same clause, in the act, the principal act, as is threatening and using the computer to threaten by any means. That's there already. On the issue of cyber stalking, however, this is somewhere where a matter on which we share ground, if not methodology. So the scheme of the Principal Act is to criminalize the use of a computer to commit an offense which exists. And one of the things which had been discussed and agreed in another Joint Select Committee, in fact, which looked at the Offences Against the Persons Act, the committee has agreed that harassment, stalking, that level of harassment, not simply the sending of mails, etc., of any nature, which by the number and scope, etc., become harassing, but what is stalking? So that activity that is usually a precursor to intimate partner violence or other types of assault. That cyber stalking, or rather stalking itself, does not yet exist in Jamaica law as an offense. And therefore, the criminalization of use of a computer to commit it is not part of the scheme of this act. The difference that has been noted in the use of the act to create the intimate image offense is because that requires a computer. There's no other substantive offense which could be criminalized by it. So I believe it's long overdue. It's a matter which actually frustrates many of us as women. We think that it is that the actual amendment to the OAPA needs to come through. Duly noted. And the amendment will be gender neutral, so you will be protected, sir, if this occurs. But it is a serious issue, and one which I believe and trust that should come before us in this legislative year. So I'm hopeful about that, and that will trigger the Section 4, which criminalizes the offenses which exist substantively. So I just wanted to assure you that the threats and the harassment are there already, but that next level needs to be created in the substantive law, and then it will be criminalized by this. And that can't happen soon enough, so far as I'm concerned. On the matter of tracking cybercrimes in Jamaica, whether they are prosecuted, whether they run the full gamut or not, there is a system in place. And the JISTV, the Jamaica Cyber Incident and Response Team, the JCF, and the MOCA, they all appreciate triage, and they investigate reported instances of cybercrimes. And they track, even if they don't go to fruition. But we do recognize that all of the cybercrimes are not reported. That is the reality. So they continue to increase, so we know people are becoming more aware. We agree that the case with the first, I would say, revenge porn case that was taken straight to its conclusion through the courts had certainly helped with public education and sensitization, but that work is still necessary. And I want to commend the JISTV and Colonel Sterling on the establishment of Cyber Week. Is Cyber Security Week, or is it month? Cyber Security Month. So a whole month of events when they bring in the schools, they go to companies, they have talks, they bring in international experts, and we indeed promote our experts so that students see, Senator Gale, that this is a viable profession. In fact, you have a job before you graduate because they are so needed and important. If you are good, this is a skill, and you will be able to choose your employer and your package, because whether it is government or private sector, cybersecurity is where it is at now in Jamaica and internationally. So I want to commend the JISTV for the work that they're doing in public education. There can always be more, because that is the nature, but we know that you're busy doing the actual cybersecurity as well. So we recognize that you have carved out the time, you're recognizing its importance, and we commend you and your team. Absolutely. Just to note as well, the issue was raised about cross-border cooperation, and a question about, or rather a reference to a proposal made in the other place at the Budapest Convention. Jamaica should sign on to it. But this was a convention that came out of the Council of Europe. It was very Eurocentric. It is not universal by half. I don't know if more than 80 countries have signed off on it. have not only signed but ratified. And it's actually the same, maybe the same amount of countries that have signed on to the UN Treaty on Cybercrime, even though that one was only finalized in 2024. It's the same number of countries because it is more universal in its approach. So it's early days yet, and we are, Jamaica led CARICOM's negotiation on that, and the developing world was very clear that signing on to the Council's concept of what cybercrimes should look like, which also is a 2004 convention and very much focused on an older view of what cybercrime looks like in terms of it is a hacking and whatever. The internet wasn't where it is now. There was no social media in the space that it is now. So the cybercrime treaty that Jamaica has signed, and along with others, is much broader in scope, much more technologically flexible, and therefore more forward-looking. And therefore, I would like to say that it is unlikely that we're going backward to the Budapest Convention. International and cross-border cooperation exists broadly. A lot of the fines that that take place and trafficking, etc., are due to cross-border cooperation that takes place now in the cyberspace and otherwise, and that is very effective cooperation. We have bilateral agreements, we have mutual legal assistance treaties, we have hemispheric MOUs and regional MOUs between CARICOM impacts and other. So there's a substantive ecosystem of arrangements that allow for cybercrime cooperation, and it does not rely on us going back to Budapest. So I want to just put that argument to rest, because it sounds good because it exists, it's an older treaty, but it's really substantively it does not help Jamaica at all. So I wanted to just to meet that suggestion as well. Mr. President, I also wanted to raise the matter, or address rather, the matter of briefly, joint select committees. Joint select committees are a good thing. They are a great tool of this Parliament in addressing matters, but they are not appropriate for every piece of legislation. And that is the reality. And if you are, even with all the encomiums, even with all the positive elements that can be taken and used to describe a joint select committee process in today's debate, a mere tracking of the time that was taken with a technologically based piece of legislation that had embedded in statute the review within X period of time, it is emblematic of the failings of joint select committees to deal with issues that require pace, that require urgency, and that is the reality. So we can take, we will deal with it. We will deal with the issue. Undoubtedly, you will raise it again, and we will respond again, because we feel quite confident in our. So, Mr. President, but I also wanted to address the matter of body cameras, since the door was opened, and not that I believe that it was relevant to the discussion, but if you take the point, I just want to remind that it is, and I'm going to address two concerns, because of course Senator Brown had expressed a concern earlier, so I'm going to remedy his concern. It is the Dr. the Most Honorable Andrew Holness-led administration. And I'll give you a few more. Which purchased body-worn cameras. Prime Minister said it earlier, even again in the year he confirmed 1,000 purchased, and here more in procurement. It is the Jamaica Labour Party administration which established INDICOM, and that has supported its establishment with budget. and the resources that we need. We believe that it is under this administration that the trust and confidence in our police force has grown substantively because of the holistic approach that is taken to community engagement, community policing, and ensuring that there is a holistic approach to the safety and security of the Jamaican people. And part of that does require trust and confidence in our constabulary. We last year experienced the lowest homicide rate in 30 years. And this year we are on track again. 623 persons. How many lives saved, Mr. President? How many lives saved? How many families protected, Mr. President? And Indicom continues to do its work. Indicom continues to do its work. So to come and make broad emotive statements that seek to paint and criticize the police without warrant. So we note the number, Mr. President, we note the high number of killings by the police. And that is challenging. It clearly, if you look at the number on the face of it, is a concern. But you must also look at the number of exonerated policemen, the number of actual convictions that take place where those allegations are made. And the fact that you seek to use this narrative that everything hinges somehow on body-worn cameras. Look at the closure rates of our detectives in respect of murder. Nobody gives them any filmed evidence. Look at the clear-up rates of the police, and look at the clear-up rates of Indicom, and ask the question, how do the police solve crimes? They are not given video evidence. They do good police work. They investigate. They use forensics, and they do that to solve crime. Indicom can do that too, without imperiling the safety and security of our constabulary. So, Mr. President, this I don't want to make this. Yes, so you could hear me over the noise. There was a lot of noise, and I regret that. I do not like to raise my voice, but it is required from time to time. It is not an easy issue. It's not an easy issue. It's fine. Mr. President, Mr. President, I'm just trying to make sure that I have addressed the notes which are of greatest concern. And I don't want to omit anything. Thank you, Senator Morgan. And I really feel Senator Brown is telling me to be calm, but I feel very passionate about ensuring that the men and women of our security forces who literally put their lives on the line every day, literally put their lives on the line to keep us safe. And so I really can't help but speak strongly about it. So I pardon me, Mr. President, if I raise my voice. Okay, it was not intended to be disrespectful or indignified in any way. Or undignified. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, we have a challenge, Mr. President.
All right, Lambert. You don't want that camera in Hanover?
They're not easy enough.
Senator Brown, Morgan, Fitzhenley. Allow the minister to finish our presentation.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, Mr. President, I wanted to just go back to the bill as I close.
That's a good idea.
Thank you. Which really seeks to protect Jamaicans in this increasingly borderless and digital world, and about helping to build trust. And I stated earlier, and I really wouldn't mind if senators would listen to this briefly. Just to say, Mr. President, when I speak about the need for there to be trust, and I referenced, the unfortunate tendency for fear-mongering, because the risks exist, but that's very different from inciting fear, right? And it's something that I really encourage. This is not directed solely at opposition. It is a wider commentary, and great, which is fine. You may see yourself in something, you may not. You may see others, but when I look at circumstances, and when I engage with colleagues, like a former counterpart from Kenya, and she tells me about, I just give two examples, Kenya and Ghana, which, although much larger than us, have inequality, have deep rural and intense urban, so they have dense urban, that's the word, dense is the word I'm looking for, dense urban spaces and dispersed rural environments. They have tribal divisions, they have educational distinctions, all of these challenges that we deal with here, but on a larger scale. And when I hear about a grandmother in a tribal village who relies on sending someone to take their money to buy their groceries and transport them back, and how, she loses money here, but she just has to work with the system, or how she might lose a product or two here, etc. But how M-Pesa has transformed her life because she can pay just using her phone. So it changes that. She needs data, and that connectivity exists. It exists. That's not the issue. In Ghana, while people are talking about chip and what and thing, Ghana has moved from not only creating their national ID, but they're now embedding a payment mechanism in it to make it so not only a digital ID, but a digital ID with the capacity to pay. And it is changing lives and lifting people out of poverty. Same thing in India, yes. Lifting people out of poverty, yes. And this is a difficulty when a narrative that starts opportunistically, embeds itself, proxies carry it on, and then the work of government to overcome and lead on something which is fundamentally for the good of people time is lost, and developmental time is lost, Mr. President. And again, I will speak in another context, but I think there are times when unity can really be expressed around an objective good. And I think we should explore those opportunities more when they present themselves. So again, I want to say, in the context where digital technologies provide so many opportunities, that we work together on the risks, that we continue to provide the resources that address them, but that we encourage our society to take advantage of the opportunities that are presented. And in that context, Mr. President, recognizing what is before us, I thank members once more for their contributions and ask for a second reading of this bill.
Thank you very much, Minister. The question is that the bill be read for a second time. Those in favour? Against? Mr. Clark?
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Cyber Crimes Act and to provide for connected matters read a second time.
Thank you very much. The Senate will now resolve itself into a committee of the whole Senate to consider the bill clause by clause. With the leave of the Senator Brown, with the leave of the Minister and Senator Scott Motley, I put clauses 1 to 7. Those in favor? Against? Ayes have it. I put clause 8 to 11. Those in favor? Against? I put the title and enacting clause. Those in favor? Ayes have it. The question is that I do report the bill as having passed committee stage without amendment. Those in favor? Against? I do report the bill as having passed committee stage without amendment.
Mr. President, might I ask for third reading of the bill?
Members would have heard the question. Those in favor? Against? Mr. Clark?
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Cybercrimes Act and to Provide for Connected Matters read a third time and passed.
I've consulted the staff of the clerk's office present in the chamber. I have a view. Would I ask Minister and Leader to determine whether we're going to go on or we're going to take our lunch break? Would I ask you to just... Yes? Okay, so be. That's the position of the clerk as well. I think we have some technical folks who are going to leave. Minister, you have some technical folks to leave. Well, they could leave, so they could do so. Minister Morris Dixon, I think you have conduct of this piece of legislation. Would you put your other mic on for me as well?
I will.
Let me just be clear here. Minister, you have the time required to finish your presentation. Senator Brown, hold on a man. You have the time to complete the presentation, your opening, but recognize that the opposition spokesperson would have a time relative to the time that you take in your presentation. No, it won't be today. Very well. Yes. And all other members will operate within the 30-minute guideline.
So, Mr. President, before we begin...
I hope you will say so in the future.
Mr. President, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders first. Mr. President, I now move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take a second reading of the bill and to commence debate on the bill.
The question is that the standing orders be suspended to enable the minister to take the second reading of the bill and to commence the debate on said bill. Those in favor? Aye. Against?
Thank you. Mr. President, there are some individuals who are here that I have to acknowledge who have worked very hard on this. I want to acknowledge the Honorable Audrey Sewell, our Cabinet Secretary. Also, Ms. Judith Grant, our Chief Parliamentary Counsel. Ms. Samantha Eaton, the Deputy Chief Parliamentary Counsel and someone who worked so hard on this bill. And then from the rest of the team, Ms. Jodianne Paulwell and Demoy Carr, who are both legal officers with the Office of the Cabinet. Ms. Paulwell is the Senior Assistant Attorney General. And so I want to thank them all for being here today. And I know they'll be here again next week. So, Mr. President, I rise to introduce the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority Bill 2026 to this Honorable Senate. The bill arrives in this chamber having passed the House of Representatives After one of the most vigorous and consequential parliamentary debates in recent memory, with hours of scrutiny, 20 amendments, and contributions from members on both sides who brought genuine intellectual effort to one of the most important pieces of legislation this Parliament has been asked to consider. Mr. President, the Senate's role in this process is not ceremonial. Under the Westminster system, the Senate is intended to bring calm, deliberate analysis to legislation that has come through the sometimes heated atmosphere of the elected House. And I intend to honor that role today. Mr. President, I'm not going to be repeating arguments that have already been made, and I'm proposing to do the opening in a different kind of way. So the public debate around this bill has generated a number of important questions that have appeared in one form or another in parliamentary contributions, in civil society submissions, in newspaper editorials, and in the commentary of informed Jamaicans who care about how their country is governed and how their communities are rebuilt. And so, Mr. President, today I'll be answering some of the questions that I've been hearing on radio, on television, on social media. I can't answer all of them, Mr. President, but in this opening, I will answer 10 of the questions that are out there. The first one, Mr. President, why do we even need NARA? Why can't the existing mechanisms of government manage the reconstruction effort? And Mr. President, that's a fair question, and someone asked me that. And it deserves a direct answer rather than an institutional defense of a new body. Mr. President, over the past 15 years, Jamaica undertook deep and necessary institutional reforms, particularly in public financial management and procurement. Those reforms imposed fiscal discipline, strengthened transparency, and reduced the scope for waste and corruption. They contributed to Jamaica cutting its debt from 147% of GDP to approximately 68%, the lowest in almost 50 years. They earned Jamaica the confidence of the international financial community and the upgrade from Moody's that no Jamaican government had achieved in a generation. But these reforms designed to correct excess came with trade-offs. In strengthening control, we increased complexity. In reducing discretion, we lengthened time. Guarding against the result is a state that has become more disciplined fiscally, but slower operationally. We're excellent at preventing failure now, but not yet sufficiently effective at delivering outcomes at scale and at pace. For years, including in the recent budget debate, members opposite have stood in Parliament and pointed out the underutilization of Jamaica's capital budget. Year after year, the government appropriates capital for infrastructure projects, needed infrastructure projects across our country. And year after year, a significant portion of that capital goes unspent. And I'm speaking from my own standpoint as a minister, and I'll give you some of my own example. That gap is not the result of bad intentions or bad policy. It is the result of a system that was not designed to deliver capital projects at pace. The procurement requirements, the interagency approvals, the fragmentation of responsibility across multiple ministries and agencies, the absence of a single coordinating authority are the structural features of the existing framework that has produced consistent underperformance in capital budget execution. Now, Mr. President, if the existing machinery cannot consistently spend its annual capital allocation, then the question answers itself. Why do we need a NARA? That's the reason. A framework that cannot reliably deliver what is budgeted in normal times cannot be expected to coordinate and execute the post-Melissa reconstruction and resilience building program. And Mr. President, this approach is neither novel nor unique to Jamaica. Every successful reconstruction effort, post-disaster reconstruction effort of this scale has reached the same type of conclusion. After the Christchurch earthquakes, New Zealand established the Canterbury Earthquake Recovery Authority. After the Great East Japan earthquake, Japan established a dedicated reconstruction agency with elevated legal powers. After Hurricane Maria, Dominica did similarly. And after the devastating Queensland floods, Australia established their Queensland Reconstruction Authority. And right here in Jamaica, Mr. President, former Prime Minister P.J. Patterson established the Office of National Reconstruction after Hurricane Ivan in 2004. And notably, he did not establish it by an act of Parliament. He established it by administrative action, vested it with a clear mandate, and directed it to deliver. So, Mr. President, the response to Hurricane Melissa cannot be business as usual. It was not a minor setback or some passing inconvenience. The bill itself reminds us that the damage and losses are estimated at approximately $1.952 trillion. That's about 56.7% of Jamaica's 2024 GDP. That is not ordinary damage. That is a national shock, and a national shock requires a big national response.
Big antidote.
So the government has brought a bill that does what responsible governments are supposed to do. Yes. Create a mechanism to organize recovery, to drive resilience, and to ensure that the rebuilding of Jamaica is not left to chance. So that's on the first question, why do we need a narrow? The second question, which we hear a lot, why doesn't it have a board? Doesn't every public body have a board? I've heard that. Mr. President, this has been one of the most persistent criticisms of the bill, and it deserves a very clear answer. And the answer is no. Not every public entity is structured around a board of governance. There are many different forms of public administration. Executive agencies do have advisory boards, but it's not a governance board. And let me explain the difference. A governance board sets strategic direction through the authority granted it by law. And that is done through cabinet and the responsible minister. An advisory board simply advises the head of the entity. And that head of entity reports directly to the minister. In April 1999, under the Patterson administration, Jamaica designed its first 4 executive agencies, and we know them. The RGD, the Administrator General's Department, the Management Institute for National Development, MIND, and the Company's Office of Jamaica. They were created not by an act of Parliament, but by administrative action. The Parliament subsequently endorsed and codified that framework by passing the Executive Agencies Act in 2002. And in 5.2 of that act, it provides explicitly for advisory boards, not governance boards. And these advisory boards, again, they advise the CEO and not the minister. My first board that I was ever on 18 years ago was the National Land Agency. That was an advisory board. And so we would advise the head of the agency, and the head of the agency could listen or not. Right now, I have in my ministry, I have CPFSA. It has an advisory board. That board advises the head of CPFSA, gives her advice, and she usually says, noted, I note your advice on this, and then there's a conversation with the minister. And so this is not unique. And we know that the reason for executive agencies was stated plainly by Dr. Carlton Davis, then Cabinet Secretary, in his 2001 address to you. We mind, and we've heard it over and over in some of the deliberations. And he noted that accountability diffused between minister, chairman, board, chief executive officer, that produces institutions that protect process rather than deliver outcomes. And that's not theory, Mr. President. That is Jamaica's documented experience over several decades. So several of the agencies that Jamaicans interact with every day are structured as executive agencies. Jamaica Customs Agency, PICA, the RGD, prior to it being subsumed into NERA, the National Works Agency, that has lots of funds under its control. And we also have many of them in my own shop too. All of them are executive agencies with a CEO that reports directly to the responsible minister. But NARA is similar to an executive agency, but it's not an executive agency under the Executive Agencies Act. It will be a statutory body established under its own special purpose legislation. But the governance philosophy it embodies, which is clear CEO accountability to the responsible minister without a governing board that diffuses responsibility, reflects the very principles that Parliament has already legislated through the Executive Agencies Act for some of the most consequential public bodies Jamaicans interact with daily. So in place of a governing board, public accountability and oversight for NARA will, in part, be provided by JAMROC, the Jamaica Reconstruction and Resilience Oversight Committee, and the already existing accountability and oversight framework that exists within the Parliament, that includes the Auditor General, and that includes the Integrity Commission. So that's number two. Why doesn't it have a board? That's not unique. That is actually a feature of many of our high-performing entities in government. The third question, what is this JAMROC thing that I'm hearing about? The Jamaica Reconstruction and Resilience Oversight Committee, which will be modeled on EPOC, the Economic Program Oversight Committee. I think Senator Duncan, you know a little bit about EPOC. A little bit. He knows a little bit about EPOC. And one of the things we have to say about EPOC is that it has been widely acknowledged and globally recognized as the most effective public oversight and accountability mechanism in Jamaica's independent history. EPOC held multiple political administrations accountable and was critical to the success of Jamaica's fiscal and macroeconomic transformation. The Prime Minister, Dr. the Most Honorable Andrew Holness, first one, just for you, Senator Brown, that's my first reference. There'll be many more. So our Prime Minister, Dr. the Most Honorable Andrew Holness, rightly described this as the reconstruction of Jamaica's fiscal and monetary architecture. Mr. President, EPOC was never enshrined in statute, and it didn't prove to be a weakness. EPOC's authority derived not from legislative compulsion, but from the voluntary commitment of credible, independent citizens who place their personal reputations behind a single public mission. It reported not to government, not to Parliament, but to the Jamaican people directly. And no administration could direct what it said or suppress what it found. That moral authority proved more powerful than any statutory provisions. Mr. President, JAMROC will operate on exactly that model. And if we look at EPOC, I heard someone say that EPOC is different from NARA because NARA has money But when we think about
The fiscal
EPOC,
program had
when we
money.
think about the second debt exchange, and think about the quantum around this entire program and how important it was for us to get this right, we're talking about $860 billion in the debt exchange. That's not a little bit of money. EPOC was tasked with monitoring an aggressive fiscal responsibility program, and it delivered.
Social consensus it was. And the opposition then was responsible.
The
we
Prime
were
Minister,
responsible as
and you notice I said the second debt exchange, which came under your administration. The Prime Minister has announced that Jamrock will be chaired by Professor Peter Blair Henry. Mr. President, let me tell the Senate and Jamaica who Peter Blair Henry is.
Yes, tell them.
Peter Blair Henry was born in Kingston, Jamaica.
Yes.
He's a Rhodes Scholar.
Brainstorm for those
He holds a PhD in economics from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT. He served as Dean of New York University's Stern School of Business. He is currently a senior fellow at Stanford University's Hoover Institution, one of the most prestigious policy research institutions in the world, and yes, it is conservative. He serves on the board of directors. He serves on the board of directors of Citigroup and Nike. He is vice chair of the National Bureau of Economic Research. He was selected by President Barack Obama to lead the Presidential Transition Team's review of the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank. He has served as a macroeconomic advisor to the government of Jamaica, and he is the co-author alongside researchers from the Brookings Institute of the academic paper that documented Jamaica's exceptional fiscal achievement and presented it to the world as a model for indebted nations everywhere. Mr. President, when critics ask whether Jamrock has credible oversight, the answer is it will be chaired by one of the most distinguished Jamaican economists alive. He is a man whose career has spanned the boardrooms of global finance, the lecture halls of the world's finest universities, and the highest levels of international economic policy. His presence as the chair of Jamrock represents independent, rigorous, public accountability of the highest order, Mr. President. The Prime Minister has also committed that Jamrock will include a member nominated by the Leader of the Opposition. Because reconstruction, like the economic reform that EPOC oversaw, is a national mission and not a governmental one. Its oversight, therefore, must reflect that national imperative.
Social consensus.
So, the next question. Who oversees NARA, and how will NARA be held accountable? Mr. President, oversight of NARA and its work sits at multiple levels. Cabinet sits at the top of the project approval architecture because Cabinet issues the official list of approved reconstruction and resilience projects and also the strategic investment projects. Plans, whatever plans NARA has developed, have to be approved by Cabinet before implementation. The Minister will also oversee NARA through directions and required reports. NARA, based on our bill here, will be required to submit reports every 6 months to the Minister, and those reports are required to be tabled in Parliament. Financial oversight is also there. NARA's accounts must be audited annually by an external auditor, and the CEO doesn't choose that auditor.
Independent external.
The Cabinet Secretary selects the external auditor, and that has to go and be approved by Cabinet. So this external auditor will be appointed independent of NARA's management. And I have to also note that that the Parliament will also receive the annual report and audited statements of NARA. Also, you have the Auditor General, who is expressly entitled to examine the authority's accounts and records. And we've seen the Auditor General can do real-time audits, performance audits, any audit, has purview over this body. In addition to that, you have Jamrock, which I've spoken about already. So you have Cabinet, you have Auditor General, you have Parliament, you have PAC, you have PAC, you have Integrity Commission, you have Jamrock. I don't know what more we need. That's oversight. Many layers of oversight. NARA CEO also will be held strictly accountable. Performance evaluation of the CEO will be conducted by the Cabinet Office, with structured input from Jamrock as well as other stakeholders. Performance evaluations will be grounded in the achievement of clearly defined targets and measurable outcomes, not merely process compliance. The people of Jamaica will be able to judge through Jamrock's public reporting. Jamrock will be reporting to the people whether NARA is performing, and if it is not, the accountability chain will be clear, direct, and consequential. And Mr. President, again, I have to note that NARA will remain subject to all the standard anti-corruption, integrity, and accountability mechanisms of this country.
Hear that? Loud and clear. Everything will apply.
So none of those institutions, whether it is the Auditor General, the Integrity Commission, or any of the committees of Parliament, will have any diminished authority over NARA than any other public body. Number 5. What about public consultations in the reconstruction process? Mr. President, to say NARA can operate with no consultation at all would be inaccurate. What the legislation does is require consultation with relevant persons in the development of programs and plans under clauses 18 and 19. Beyond the letter of the law, our Prime Minister, Dr. the Most Honorable Andrew Holness, number 2, is on record in the Parliament and in the public domain, saying that the government will continue to engage Parliament. Also, he has said that the National Partnership Council will be a part of the consultation. And so the entire reconstruction architecture is one of consultation embedded in program and plan development, thus guaranteeing ongoing public engagement. How will NARA procure goods and services? NARA will not have a procurement free for all.
Yes.
Everything NARA does will be governed by law.
Value for money.
The Public Procurement Act already speaks to expedited, exempted, and fast-track provisions. It is the government's intention that the Minister of Finance will issue an order under Section 3.3 of the Public Procurement Act of 2015, exempting NARA from the standard procurement regime and specifying the particular terms and conditions that will apply to NARA's procurement activities. Now, we must note, Mr. President, that this order that will come from the Minister of Finance will be subject to affirmative resolution. What is affirmative resolution to the Jamaicans who are listening? What that means is that the order must be brought to the Parliament to be debated and voted upon before it takes effect. So again, the House of Representatives must get it debated and approve it, and then the Senate has to get it debated and approve it as well. So NARA's procurement framework will therefore be well ventilated. And absolutely no teething. All right. Continuing. Number 7, since I have to go through and I have to give you more time if I talk longer. Does NARA give the minister powers to override every regulatory body in Jamaica, including environmental and planning authorities? Mr. President, that question requires a precise answer because the provisions in Section 21 sections 21 to 24, have definitely been mischaracterized in some of the public commentary. Yeah. The ministerial direction powers in this bill are not a blanket override of every regulatory authority in Jamaica. Allow me to explain how these provisions work, because the step-in order is not a first resort. It is, in fact, a last resort. And there are multiple procedural hurdles that must be crossed before it can be used. First, there must be independent technical advice. Independent technical advice. Where a regulatory body has not acted within the timeline required for reconstruction to proceed, the minister may issue a formal direction requiring that body to act within a specified period. But that direction must be based on independent technical advice. They're not just getting up and saying, oh, let me approve this. They have to have independent technical advice. And so this would include environmental and safety concerns that may have been identified and communicated. So the regulatory body is never going to be silenced. It is being required to act on what it already knows within a reasonable time. The second is notification and opportunity to respond. Before a direction takes effect, the regulatory body must be notified and given an opportunity to explain why it has not acted and what outstanding issues remain. If those issues are substantive, for example, if the environmental authority has identified a genuine environmental risk, if the planning authority has identified a genuine safety concern, those concerns must be addressed before the direction is enforced. The direction power is not a mechanism to override a regulatory body that has acted and said no on legitimate grounds. Only when all of those steps have been exhausted. Independent technical advice, formal direction, notification, opportunity to respond, failure to act, does the step-in order become available. Mr. President, in practical terms, Jamaica has a well-documented history of projects that have stalled for years, not because a regulatory body identified a genuine technical objection, but because the approval simply did not move. Planning permissions that sat in queues, environmental assessments that were submitted and never formally determined, interagency sign-offs that circulated between desks. We've seen that. The step-in order is the mechanism of last resort for these situations. Let me give you one of my more recent examples. I got this week, but it's dated April 7, 2026, and it's something I've been waiting for a while. And you know what it is? A building permit. And I was so excited. This is the building permit for a fence at a school it is the building permit for a school in Portmore. This school has had a security challenge. It has had criminals running through the schools. It's been a documented problem for years. I've spoken to the principal and she begged me to fix the fence. And guess what? We had the money to fix it in our budget in the Ministry of Education. But in November 2024, we applied to the municipal corporation asking them to approve this fence, a fence to protect our children. Today is May 1, the start of Child Month. May 1, to protect our children. I put in an application November 2024, and it's April 7, 2026 that we get it. And so when we talk about the stepping orders, it's around things like this, where you can say to the local authority, I had given this application in. You had a particular finite time to do it. I know,
Leon
but
Thomas
I'm
has
just saying it.
sabotaged the project.
What I'm
Sabotage.
saying is, we did it in November 2024,
Should be ashamed of
and we
himself.
are here now. So, Mr. President, this is real. This is real. And so it is important that we see what these stepping orders really are. It's about moving things forward. Number eight, what does Fast Jamaica mean for private investors and the diaspora, and how do they access it equitably and transparently? Mr. Pardon? Now go ahead, primary. Yes. Mr. President, Mr. President, Fast Jamaica is the other area that we've not really spent a lot of time speaking about, and that's the facilitated acceleration of strategic transformation. And it's the second pillar of NARA's mandate, and the one that has received really the least attention. Fast Jamaica is not a footnote to reconstruction. It is the mechanism through which reconstruction becomes resurgence. And if we start with the numbers, and I know the two senators aren't in the room, but FAST is about their businesses. And I'm hoping that they will also be taking advantage of FAST. Hurricane Melissa caused $12.2 billion in damage. The multilateral financing package, albeit the largest ever assembled for Jamaica, provides $6.7 billion. That's a great achievement and a testament to the fiscal credibility Jamaica has built up over a decade. But it leaves a gap of approximately $5.5 billion that public financing alone cannot close and should not try to close. Every dollar of additional public borrowing is a dollar added to the national debt that future generations of Jamaicans must service. And so the answer to that financing that gap is really private capital, domestic private capital. But they can't go through this kind of approval process that we have that is so onerous. And that is why that has been brought into this. We recognize that, yes, we got a lot of money that's been contributed from the donor agencies, but it is not enough. And we need to crowd in private investors in this reconstruction process. And the best way to do it is to give them a more accelerated approval process. And that's what Fast Jamaica does. The priority sectors where Fast Jamaica is actively seeking strategic investment are those that sit at the intersection of Jamaica's natural advantages and the reconstruction opportunity Melissa has created. So logistics and transshipment, renewable energy and the energy transition, tourism and hospitality infrastructure, rebuilt to a standard that commands premium positioning in the global market, agribusiness and food security, digital infrastructure and technology, healthcare and wellness, housing, real estate and urban renewal, and manufacturing and light industry. That's a whole heap of areas for the private sector to crowd in investments that we desperately need. And I have to note, the diaspora is very important in this. We also want our diaspora to invest in this new Jamaica that we are building. And so initially, when Prime Minister, Dr. the Most Honorable Andrew Holness, what's that, when he had initially announced it, it was $150 million would be the threshold. But that's been lowered to US $15 million threshold, which means that we can get more of our very successful diaspora coming back to Jamaica and investing here. So Fast Jamaica, we want the diaspora and all Jamaican companies that have an interest to really utilize Fast Jamaica. Number 9, how will the public know what NARA is doing? Is it going to be behind closed doors? The NARA bill provides several mechanisms to keep the public informed. First, Clause 20 requires a register of approved reconstruction and resilience projects, so it's going to be online. The whole of Jamaica can see it. It's available electronically for public inspection. Secondly, NARA is going to be doing its annual reports and its audited financial statements, and those will go to the minister and then be brought to the House of Representatives and the Senate. That's a legal requirement. And then you also have the minister requiring reports and accounts and other information on NARA's activities that would also be shared. And the last one is JAMROC. JAMROC, like EPOC, will come on a routine basis, speak to the projects, speak to where we're going right and where we may be going wrong. So that mechanism will be there. Number 10, what is all of this really about? That, Mr. President, is something I've had to ask myself as I listen to the debate in that other place. This is really about whether Jamaica will continue trying to rebuild a post-catastrophe nation with slow, fragmented, and efficient processes, or whether we'll create an instrument capable of delivering 21st century reconstruction at speed and at scale within accountability frameworks. Mr. President, we do not lack the ideas, we do not lack the projects. We have some of the financing now. What we need is the tool to execute. NARA is a specially designed institution to implement a big vision for Jamaica. Jamaica needs a new KPH. Yes. We need a rebuilt Black River. Yes. Jamaica needs new housing developments in Westmoreland. We need a new airfield. Both our airports are on the coast. We need state-of-the-art STEAM schools. Yes. We need new ports. NARA can get it done. With NARA, we can deliver for the people of Jamaica. We already have 1,000 body cameras. I have something to show you. I want to show you. I have something else to show you from my own experience.
Tell them, Minister.
From my own experience with schools. I think we'd all agree that it's important that we move our schools forward, and NARA will be moving things forward. Let me give you something. We have a PSIP program in the Ministry of Education, which is Primary and Secondary School Infrastructure Project. We all agree our schools need better facilities. We all agree on that. Since 2022, we've been trying to get some schools through the process that need significant infrastructure work.
So I get 17 indictments.
We have a very intricate public investment process. Since 2022, we've been working on this. And on March 3, 2026, we finally got approval through the public investment process.
What?
And I agree, these are the things we have to fix. We have to fix them, but right now, we have to do recovery while we are fixing it.
You heard the Leon
and let
Thomas
me give you,
example, right?
let me give you what has happened.
Leon Thomas is doing is
let me tell you what has happened with the current public investment process. Let me tell you which schools got approved in 2026 after this work started in 2022.
Tell them, Minister.
St. Anne's Bay Infant,
Yes.
Chapelton Primary,
Yes.
Mile Gully High. Every time I come to Standing Finance, I get asked about Mile Gully High.
Yes.
Colbeck High, Abuka High, Donald Quarry High. My alma mater was on the list. And also Westwood High. All these schools needed major infrastructure work from 2022, and we're only able to get it through now. Prime Minister Dr. the Most Honorable Andrew Holness, number 4, in his budget presentation, makes clear that NARA is meant to accelerate resilient infrastructure delivery, crowd in private capital alongside public investment, and work alongside Fast Jamaica and the private sector to create a broader growth and investment architecture. NARA is not just about creating just growth and investment architecture. It is not just about repairing what Hurricane Melissa damaged. NARA is about converting a moment of national crisis into a platform for resilience, modernization, and economic resurgence. That, in truth, is what this is all about. Speed with structure, execution with oversight, and rebuilding with purpose. So, Mr. President, those are just 10 of the questions. I know there will be more. We can answer them later. But I think it is clear. It is clear that we're listening. It is clear that we are coming with answers to the questions that are out there. We are clear that there's no perfect bill. We are clear that what we're doing is working really hard for the people of Jamaica. Mr. President, there is something I have to note. That there are many questions, many countries, you've heard it, countries that have gone this route. But there's a path we should never take. There are some countries that didn't get it right. You keep hearing the Peru example. Peru had a beautiful bill, like NARA, with centralization embedded in it. And then it had political conflict, and then you decentralized. And then when they decentralized, they realized nothing was happening because you still had the same structures in place. And so that was also repeated in Nepal. Nepal was another caution, and their World Bank reports about what happened with their reconstruction authority and how much it was limping along 2 years after it started because of this decentralization and using existing processes. It doesn't work. In our own situation, we had ONR, and ONR had its issues, and I will speak to that at some other time, Mr. President. And so, Mr. President, NARA has a stronger legal footing than when we did it before. We did it with ONR before, and it was not done by any kind of legislation, and it had its own problems. But NARA has a stronger legal footing, clearer authority, better controls, firmer audit discipline, and a design suited to the real scale and duration of national rebuilding. We are building the focused, empowered, accountable mechanisms that other countries took long to figure out. And we are not making those mistakes. Mr. President, we're on a mission. The people have given us a mandate. They have given us a mandate. And we have to deliver for the people of Jamaica. So, Mr. President, if I may, as I close, I'll do the clause by clause. Clause by clause. Clause 1 of this bill contains the short title of the Act as well as its operational provisions. It also provides that the dissolution and transition provisions will come into operation on a date appointed by the minister. So this is not a bill about an entity that will be there forever. It is time-bound. Clause 2 provides for the definition of terms used in the Act. Key expressions such as approving entity, designated strategic investment project, step-in order, all of those are defined.
No arbitrary or nebulous concept.
In terms of Part 2, administration, Clause 3 establishes the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority, NARA, or the authority. Clause 4 establishes NARA's functions under the Act. Its primary functions are the preparation, implementation, and oversight of approved reconstruction and resilience projects, plans, programs, activities, and works. In addition, NARA will do other things, establish performance indicators and reporting standards, issue directives and operational guidelines, procure goods, works, and services. Clause 5. Clause 5 provides for the appointment of the CEO of NARA. This appointment is made by the Prime Minister by instrument in writing, and the CEO will be responsible for the day-to-day management of NARA and act on its behalf. NARA will be able to employ such staff as may be necessary for carrying out the provisions of the Act. Clause 5 includes provisions regarding the remuneration of staff, which must be in accordance with the rates prescribed by the minister responsible for the public service. So no just waking up and deciding what remuneration is. You have to follow the rules in terms of the Ministry of Finance. Clause 6. Clause 6 allows NARA and the CEO to delegate, with the approval of the minister, the performance of their functions as they consider necessary. Clause 7, Mr. President, is about appointment of committees. And that means, Mr. President, Clause 7 of the Act allows the minister to appoint such committees as required and for the members to be compensated for their services. Mr. President, sound technical advice to ensure disaster recovery and reconstruction is resilient will be required in accordance with established laws, standards, and guidelines. Clause 8 provides that the funds of the authority will be the funds placed at its disposal by this Parliament, as well as other monies or property which may become payable or vested in NARA. Clause 9 mandates NARA to follow good accounting practices, which must be in accordance with generally accepted principles promulgated by the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Jamaica. And again, these financial statements must be audited annually by a registered public accountant appointed by the Cabinet Secretary with the approval of Cabinet. So that is very much there in the bill. Clause 10 requires the CEO of NARA to furnish reports, returns, accounts, and other information to the Minister with respect to its activities, and those reports under subsection 3 shall be brought to the Houses of Parliament as soon as practicable. Clause 11 requires NARA to prepare annual reports which must include the audited statement of accounts under Clause 9. These must be submitted to the Minister no later than 4 months after the end of the financial year, and the Minister must table those in Parliament. Clause 12 requires NARA to submit a corporate plan, operating plan, and its estimates of revenue and expenditure to the Minister by the 30th of September each year. That's in keeping with all of the other government bodies. Clause 13, directions to authority. Clause 13 empowers the Minister to give directions to NARA in writing. Such directions will seek to ensure the effective performance of NARA's functions and that approved reconstruction and resilience projects, as well as designated strategic investment projects, are executed in accordance with Cabinet's approval and the public interest. Clause 14 creates an obligation of secrecy and confidentiality for employees of NARA and other persons having an official duty under the Act, and this is not dissimilar than what we see elsewhere. Disclosure contrary to this obligation is an offence. However, the obligation is subject to the proviso that it does not apply to any disclosure that is required by the Act or any other law. Clause 15 allows NARA to indemnify the CEO or any other employee for losses with respect to civil, criminal, or administrative actions or proceedings by virtue of their employment with NARA, and this is important, provided that the said employee acted honestly and in good faith. So it's there. If you do something illegal, you're not covered. Clause 16 further provides that the CEO or other employee are entitled to indemnification by NARA in defending any civil, criminal, or administrative action or proceedings where they were substantially successful on the merits of their defense in the matter. Part 3 of the bill. Mr. President, Clause 17 provides for one of the central features of the NARA framework, the official Cabinet-approved list of reconstruction and resilience projects and designated strategic investment projects under FAST Jamaica. Clause 17 requires NARA to develop programs and detailed plans to include scope, delivery, arrangements, and timelines for their implementation of approved reconstruction and resilience projects. Implementation is subject to the approval of Cabinet, so you can't just get the list and then do what you want to do. You have to come back to Cabinet with the plans. Yes. Mr. President, the authority shall, in developing and for monitoring the implementation of reconstruction and resilience projects, programs, and plans, hold consultations with persons affected or likely to be affected by the implementation of a project. So in simple words, Mr. President, the authority, if it is going to do something in Black River or in Salve, it has to consult with those who will be affected. and that is in the law. Clause 18 deals first with reconstruction and resilience programs, which must be developed by NARA in consultation with relevant persons and in accordance with best practice and prescribed requirements. The goods, works, and services to be procured and the relevant persons involved in the program must be stated. So online, you're going to get the information on what is being procured. The program must be submitted to Cabinet for approval and must be accompanied by the relevant plans for implementation. Clause 19 requires NARA to prepare the plans for implementation of approved reconstruction and resilience projects and monitor their implementation. It must establish mechanisms for receiving continuous and reliable information regarding the execution of the plans. And these plans must prioritize climate and disaster resilience and the needs of vulnerable areas. It also says they must be informed by historic and current natural and climatic environmental process and seek to eliminate, mitigate, or minimize adverse impacts. Clause 20 provides that the authority shall cause a register of approved reconstruction and resilience projects and designated strategic investment projects to be kept. And that register will be updated periodically with the approved projects appearing in the official list issued by Cabinet. That register must be made available electronically for public inspection. And clause 21A says it was strengthened by amendment to say the name must be there, a description, and the promoter of the project must be there. Clause 21 provides the mechanism for expediting the approval processes relating to the timely completion of approved reconstruction and resilience projects and designated strategic investment projects. It allows NARA to convene meetings of the various approving entities to establish timelines for inspections. That's very important. So NARA in the beginning, it has a project. It knows all of the agencies that may need to give an approval. It has the ability to convene a meeting, bring them all in, say, this is what we want to do for Black River. This is what we want to do for Savannah Lamar or Falmouth. It doesn't matter where. And say, this is it, and these are the timelines we are working with to expedite it. So in that, deadlines for determining application, other inputs that inform application will be taken care of. Having convened the approving entities, NARA will be authorized to issue directives regarding the matter in which applications and other inputs are to be handled. Mr. President, Clause 22 requires an approving entity to manage the application review process in accordance with NARA directives. Such directives must be issued in writing and may require the approving entity to process applications concurrently or sequentially, coordinate the processing of applications among approving entities because one may need an approval from another one before they start what they're doing. It's going to do that coordination so things move along more quickly. It will also rely on approvals previously granted, determine an application within a specified period, make exceptions to zoning requirements as required. Clause 23 provides the mechanism for NARA to address non-compliance with its directives by approving entities. Where there is non-compliance with a directive, NARA may apply to the minister for a step-in order or take any other steps necessary to secure compliance with the directive. Before applying to the minister, NARA must first obtain independent expert advice on the matter. It can't just get up and say, that body did not approve it. So please, minister, please step in. It doesn't work like that. They have to have expert advice. NARA must notify the relevant approving entity in writing that it intends to apply for a stepping order, providing reasons, providing the expert advice obtained, and stating the steps taken to address the concerns of the authority in relation to the application. Clause 24 provides that the minister may issue the stepping order approving the application or modifying the conditions of approval in relation to the matter for which NARA has sought a step-in order. The step-in order, once issued, will have effect as if it were the approval of the approving entity. However, again, prior to issuing a step-in order, the minister must be satisfied that the approving entity failed to comply with a directive of NARA, was notified of the non-compliance, that independent expert advice was sought, which supports the application for a step-in order, and that it is appropriate in all the circumstances to make the order. Clause 25, almost finished. Clause 25 allows Cabinet to designate a project to be a strategic investment project, which provides similar benefits as approved reconstruction and resilience projects. The privilege of this designation will depend on the Cabinet being satisfied that the investment value is at least US 15 million or its equivalent. The project can integrate with the approved reconstruction and resilience projects or contribute to the achievement of the purposes of this bill, and the project falls within a list of specified sectors or any other sector that Cabinet may determine. And again, just to note, the investment threshold may be amended by order, subject, again, to affirmative resolution, which means we'd have to come here, debate it, vote on it. Section 48, I'm now on to Clause 26. Section 48B2B, 48J, and the fourth schedule to the Financial Administration and Audit Act shall not apply to approved reconstruction and resilience projects or designated strategic investment projects. This removes the issue of double approval being required, since the Cabinet would have already approved these projects. So I remember the one I gave you about PSIP and the schools? I had to go through PIAB and then go through Cabinet. So it's redundant. So what you're doing is you're actually making the process a little bit quicker. Clause 27 provides the usual power for the minister to make regulations to give effect to the provisions of the Act. This is to be done in consultation with NARA and subject, again, to affirmative resolution. Clause 28 provides that the minister may amend the schedule subject to affirmative resolution. Part 4, Clause 29 provides that NARA is dissolved. Mr. President, you'll recall that NARA is intended to be a temporary measure. To give effect to this, Part 4 of the Act sets out how NARA will ultimately come to an end. Clause 30 provides a transfer of any reference to NARA after its dissolution to be construed as a reference to the government. This encompasses any agreement, arrangement, contract, instrument, or other document. The provision includes the necessary safeguards to preserve the interests of third parties and the public. Clause 31 provides that after dissolution, monies held by or become payable to NARA shall be credited or payable to the consolidated fund. Clause 31 provides that the assets, rights, and liabilities of NARA shall become vested in the Commissioner of Lands, Accountant General, or the government as appropriate. Clause 32 speaks to the transfer of official records. Clause 34 provides that the transfer of real property under Clause 32 shall not be treated as a transfer for which transfer tax, property tax, or stamp duty is chargeable. Clause 35 provides that the Act shall continue in force until the day after the day of dissolution. If we go to the schedule, which deals with the Office of the CEO of the National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority, we can go paragraph by paragraph. We see paragraph 1 speaks to the tenure of the CEO, which shall not exceed 3 years. It also limits eligibility by excluding sitting members of either House of Parliament or a local authority. So unfortunately, Senator Brown, you can't be the CEO. Paragraph 2 provides that the name of the CEO and every change in CEO must be published in the Gazette. Paragraph 3 provides that the CEO may resign at any time and that resignation takes effect as from the date set out in the instrument. Mr. President, the CEO shall not have a direct interest in a procurement contract made or proposed to be made by the authority. That's very important. Where the CEO has knowledge of a direct interest, the CEO shall forthwith disclose that interest in writing to the minister. On receipt of the disclosure, the minister may then, if he thinks fit, require the CEO to dispose of such interest held by him within such time as the minister may specify in writing. Paragraph 4 provides that the minister may revoke the appointment of the CEO for any of the prescribed reasons, including convictions, inability to perform duties, etc. Paragraph, I think I'm at 6, provides for the authentication of documents. We also have provisions in terms of the keeping of business records of NARA by the CEO, and we also have a paragraph that establishes that the CEO is not a public office for the purposes of Chapter 5 of the conclusion of the Constitution. Mr. President, I'm going to conclude now. So, Mr. President, Jamaica can build the institution that this moment requires. A focused, accountable, empowered institution and ready to deploy the largest development financing package ever assembled for this country. Or Jamaica can continue to rely on the machinery that members on both sides of this parliament have acknowledged is too slow, too fragmented, and too cumbersome to deliver at the scale this moment demands. But, Mr. President, let us not lose sight of what this debate is ultimately about. It is not about institutional design. It is not about governance theory. It is about the people of St. Elizabeth, Westmoreland, Hanover, every other parish that Melissa devastated. People who may not be following this Senate debate, but who are waiting for this country's institutions to match the resilience they themselves have already shown. This Senate has a responsibility to these people. In piloting this bill through the other place, our Prime Minister, Dr. the Most Honorable Andrew Holness, number 5, spoke of our potential. Yes. And I'll quote from him. For too long, Jamaicans have been told about our potential. Potential in our geography, potential in our people, potential in our brand, potential in our diaspora, potential in our cultural influence. For too long, that potential has lived in reports and strategies, in speeches and vision documents, while the mechanism to convert it into reality remained absent. I'm quoting our Prime Minister. The National Reconstruction and Resilience Authority Bill 2026 answers the question of Jamaica's potential. And that's why I support it. I support NARA because Jamaica cannot rebuild 21st century resilience with 20th century bureaucracy. I support this bill because vulnerable communities deserve more than sympathy. They deserve systems that work. I support it because climate resilience, economic resilience, and institutional resilience are all essential to Jamaica's resurgence. Mr. President, this bill is creating a reconstruction framework that builds on local and international experience. This bill demonstrates to the people in the West and across Jamaica that we want to move with speed to support the redevelopment and resilience building that we urgently need. This bill, therefore, deserves the approval of the members of this honorable Senate. May it please you, Mr. President.
For the avoidance of doubt, how long was that? No.
45 plus 19.
45 plus 19.
Yes.
Thank you. I'm thinking about your invitation and the scope that it presents me with.
No, are you inquiring about the time? Go ahead, please, Minister.
President, and I want to express appreciation to Minister Morris Dixon for taking an innovative approach to the opening of the debate, and one which I think really helped to clarify, not only for members on both sides, but to ensure that the listening public can recognize that there is information here. Sometimes if you listen to some of what is being said, you would be confused to think that this is actually the bill before the Senate. that
Am
it actually...
Am I to take off this time off for your presentation?
No, Mr. President. No, Mr. But I certainly will not require as much. But, Mr. President, I did think that the presentation was of such a standard that it required being recognized, and I would invite my colleagues to join me. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. President, it has been a good day, and it is not intended to do any further business. But
after you suspend the debate.
Yes. But we are asking that the debate be suspended and that the Senate also be adjourned for a date to be fixed.
Okay, so there are two questions. First of all, that the debate on this very important bill be suspended for a date to be fixed. Those in favor? And secondly, that the Senate be adjourned for a date to be fixed. Those in favor? The Senate now stands adjourned.
I shall raise it to you. And we come in the grandfather of Senator Tim, who celebrated last sitting 100 years. Oh. And I was wanting to...
And on another note, too, and I should have mentioned it earlier, that the Marshal, Captain Bake, lost his brother in an accident in Miami. I understand he is a resident of the Bahamas. So we record our condolences to you and your family and congratulate Senator Tame on the same breath on the longevity of her grandfather. The Senate now stands adjourned for a date to be fixed. What is this?
Cook it up and make we steam it. Fresh so me need it. Tilapia a real fish. Cook it up and make we roast it. Farm fresh so me need it. Tilapia a real fish. Grow smart at the best part. Food for thought so me have to eat smart. Easy catch, fully net. A tilapia so you don't know what's next. Cook it up and make we fry it. Fresh so me need